Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the 20th ASEAN Forum on Coal Council meeting and its associated meetings. For today's agenda, we will deal with the second ASEAN Coal Business Roundtable Dialogue. My name is Supol Leungkamjorn from Corporate Communication and Public Relations Division of the Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand, or EGAT. It is really my great honor to be your MC for this special event. This roundtable dialogue is co-hosted by Department of Mineral Fuels, Ministry of Energy of Thailand, and EGAT, with the aim to share and exchange ideas and views on the clean coal technology, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, together with their best practices and business opportunities in ASEAN and the world. Please allow me to inform you today's agenda. We are going to begin with the opening and welcome address, followed by the two sessions that are coal and clean coal technology in the era of energy transition and coal and clean coal technology business opportunities. Then we will have 1 hour and a half for lunch break, and we'll come back at around 1:30 in the afternoon for the other two sessions that are international best practices of CCUS technology and clean and sustainable energy business opportunities in ASEAN, before ending with the closing remarks. So we might show on the screen the guidelines of the meeting today. And as we'll show you, that's right. And for now, as you can see on the screen, that will be the guideline. Please should follow it. And now, without any further delay, may I invite Mr. Warakorn Phrommobon, Deputy Director General, Department of Mineral Fuels, Ministry of Energy of Thailand, to deliver the welcome remark. Please be invited.
ครับคุณราณีโคสิตวานิช Deputy Governor Fields Electricity Generating Authority Thailand EGAT Mr. Abdul Lasif Dawood Chief Executive Officer Energy Commission Malaysia and AFOC Chairman Mr. Christopher Samora Senior Manager of APAEC ASEAN Center for Energy Good morning สวัสดีครับ On behalf of the Department of Mineral Fuels Ministry of Energy of Thailand, it is my honor to welcome you all to the second ASEAN Coal Business Roundtable Dialogue hosted by the Department of Mineral Fuels, Ministry of Energy of Thailand today. The second ASEAN Coal Business Roundtable Dialogue is arranged under the theme of coal and clean coal technology and highlighted with initiative of CCUS in energy sector in order to move the region towards low carbon society in the near future. This is a great privilege for ASEAN to discuss coal and clean coal technology, CCT, and their business opportunities in morning session and CCUS and its business opportunities in afternoon session. I am very delighted to have a chance to receive the delegations here today. In addition, from COP26 last year, every country, including Thailand and most of the ASEAN member states, has announced to move towards an ambitious goal of lower greenhouse gas emission. This year, Thailand is hosting the second ASEAN Coal Business Roundtable Dialogue and use this event as a platform to discuss the role, the best practices, and the business opportunities of CCT and CCUS projects in ASEAN. It is recognized that AMS members still keep operating the fossil-based power plants and industries. There is a need for coal to accommodate and play a role for energy transition in ASEAN region. Therefore, CCUS technology will be very essential. It's a great way to encourage us to retrofit CCUS with existing fossil-based power plant, leading to climate goal and energy security, flexibility, and stability. in power system that would like to keep the business, including power plants and industry sectors operating in sustainable way forward, and marked a successful establishment of CCUS collaboration in ASEAN. I would like to highlight that this event is an active platform for the various co-business and CCUS stakeholders to exchange views and ideas on facilitating the new role of coal and clean coal technology. Together with CCUS technology, policy, and best practices on coal and clean coal and CCUS industry around the world. Moreover, it is a good chance to explore the future opportunity and collaboration on CCUS in ASEAN. In addition, it is a trigger to engage and strengthen collaboration with the government sector and private sector among AMS members and international partners. Thailand is pleased to work closely with our alliance in developing tangible cooperation through this meeting. I believe that the second ASEAN Co-Business Roundtable Dialogue will strengthen to regional cooperation and encourage sharing of expertise in ASEAN and other regions, support the growing demand of private sector engagement on low carbon business, and commence the utilization CCT, HELE, and CCUS in the industrial value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, lastly, I hope the second ASEAN Co-Business Roundtable today will provide an active platform for sharing our views on demonstrating CCT and CCUS best practices, exploring the various business opportunities, and strengthening collaboration for the mutual benefits of ASEAN. Thank you. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you very much for your warm welcome remark, Mr. Varagon. And next, I'm very honored to have Ms. Rani Kosit-Wanit, Deputy Governor Field of EGAT, to deliver the opening address. Please be invited, Ms. Rani.
Mr. Varagon Promobon, Deputy Director General Department of Mineral Field or DMF, Ministry of Energy Thailand. Mr. Abdul Lasif Dawood, Chief Executive Officer Energy Commission Malaysia and AFOC Chairman. Mr. Dunuk Akya Uttama, Executive Director of AEC, distinguished delegate from ASEAN member states, ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Thailand. On behalf of Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand or EGAT, I am honored to welcome you all of the second ASEAN Co-Business Roundtable Dialogue hosted by Department of Mineral Field, Ministry of Energy of Thailand with Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to DMF to invite EGAT to be a co-host today. This is a great opportunity for ASEAN to discuss on the first of law of the coal and clean coal technology or CCT and their business opportunity, and the second carbon capture, storage and utilization or CCUS is business opportunity. This member is the platform for ASEAN member state, international organization of both government and private sector share the information and experience in CCT best practice and progress on CCUS development. Further, it is a vital opportunity to explore and extend business opportunity on CCT and CCUS among ASEAN members. Although it is a great opportunity to strongly extend collaboration and cooperation of the private sector on CCT and CCUS development. We believe that all kind of support will eventually develop to in moving forward to brightening energy further future in the era of the energy transition. EGAT is pleased to work closely with our alliance in developing tangible cooperation through various platforms such as this meeting. I'm looking forward to all of you to have a dynamic and collaborative discussion with the active and study sharing and updating on coal and CCUS development. In order to put more effort to achieve EGAT target toward decarbonization pathway, EGAT strongly supports CCS and initiates CCUS technology in power generation in order to move the country toward the low carbon society in near future. I believe that low of CCT and CCUS technology in the key to reach climate goal, increase energy security with valuable and renewable generation, and in the appropriate opportunity and enhance flexibility to extend stable power system timescale in the era of the energy transition. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's quite opportunity that we are not able to meet and discuss in person as a new normal conference in this time. And however, I would like to thank the new normal technology and your online presenting today. And also, I think the participant for the CLI cooperation and contribution in the meeting. I'm grateful you all of join this event. Lastly, I hope the workshop today will provide enthusiastic for discussing the role of CCT and CCUS and exploring the various CCT and CCUS business opportunity and joint collaboration for the mutual benefit of ASEAN member. Thank you. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you very much, Ms. Rani. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Abdul Rasif Dawood, Chief Executive Officer from Energy Commission, Malaysia, and AFOC Chairman to deliver another opening address. Please be invited. You forget to unmute your microphone.
Thank you to the Master of Ceremony for your introduction. Mr. Warakon Brahmopala, Deputy Director General, Department of Minerals and Fuels, Ministry of Energy, Thailand. Ms. Rani Kozitvanik, Deputy Governor Fuel, Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand, EGAT. Dr. Nuki Agia Utama, Executive Director, ASEAN Center of Energy, ACE. Distinguished delegates, international organizations, business entities, presenters, and friends. I would like to express my gratitude to Thailand for hosting this roundtable discussion. I'm confident that the information and business prospects given today will benefit us all. Ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN is one of the most dynamic and fastest growing economic regions globally. ASEAN is the world's third most populous economy and is projected to become the fourth largest economy by 2030. By then, domestic consumption, which powers roughly around 60% of ASEAN GDP or gross domestic product today, is expected to double to $4 trillion USD. The population too will reach 723 million from the current 648 million people. Over the last 2 decades, the region's electricity demand has grown by an average of more than 6% annually. The 4 major energy users in the region, namely Indonesia, 26%, Vietnam, 22%, Thailand, 19%, and Malaysia, 15%, account for more than 80% of total electricity demand in ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN has substantial coal resources, and coal has been the primary energy source for the region's industrialization and economic growth for decades. The region's coal-fired power capacity is projected to increase more than double from 73 gigawatt in 2017 to 259 gigawatt in 2040. This again, however, comes at a high cost in terms of carbon or CO2 emissions, which are projected to increase from 1,686 metric tons in 2017 to 4,171 million tons in 2040. With the growing threat to climate change, coal must adapt in order to play a part in ASEAN energy transitions. As a result, quick adoption of advanced technology such as carbon capture, utilization and storage, or CCUS, is critical for ASEAN to meet its goal to become a net zero carbon economy by 2050. The adoption of CCUS will not be easy, as the region still faces several fundamental issues that must be addressed before CCUS can be successfully deployed, including the establishment of a clear CCUS policy by the governments, the establishment of financial incentives by the banking sector, support from businesses, and regional corporations. Ladies and gentlemen, I have great expectation that this roundtable dialogue session will kickstart our friendships and provide a forum for various coal stakeholders to share their perspectives and thoughts on enabling coal's new role in the energy transitions. I'm excited to learn about practical CCT or clean coal technology application in ASEAN, clean coal policy proposals, best practices of the coal industry worldwide, and available business opportunities and collaborations in the region. Do not let this dialogue session be a one-time occurrence. Please keep in contact with each other as we go along in the journey to save the planet from climate change. I'm looking forward to today's exchange of ideas and information. Thank you.
Thank you for the opening address by Mr. Abdul. And last but not least, may I invite Mr. Christopher Samora, Senior Manager of APAEC from ASEAN Center for Energy, or ACE, to deliver the welcome address as well.
Thank you very much, Madam MC, Ms. Soporn. My name is Christopher Samora, Senior Manager from the APAEC Department of the ASEAN Center for Energy. And on behalf of Dr. Nuki Agya-Utama, the Executive Director of ACE, allow me to deliver his opening remarks. I now read and I quote. Mr. Waraporn Brahmopala, Deputy Director General, Department of Mineral Fuels under the Ministry of Energy of Thailand. Ms. Rani Kosid Banich, Deputy Governor, Fuel, Electricity Generating Authority, Thailand, or EGAT. Mr. Abdul Rasib Dawood, the Chief Executive Officer, Energy Commission Malaysia, and the Chairman of the ASEAN Forum on Coal. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you, and welcome to the second ASEAN Coal Business Roundtable Dialogue. I would like to express my appreciation and to convey my gratitude to the Department of Mineral Fuels of the Ministry of Energy of Thailand represented today by Mr. Waraporn Bramopala, for the support in hosting today's dialogue, as well as the support to the 20th ASEAN Forum on Coal, APOC Council meeting, and its associated meetings to take place within this week. I also would like to thank Ms. Rani Kusidvanich as the representative of EGAT for co-hosting today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, in the ASEAN region, coal currently accounts for a quarter or 72 gigawatts of power generation, and it is expected to double its capacity by 2040, making coal still a significant energy source for the region. Coal resource is also abundant in the ASEAN for many years to come, projected to be about 12 to 14 billion metric tons in 2035, which would be an important energy source for ASEAN in ensuring economic growth, energy security, and resilience. Yet, as ASEAN gears towards low carbon transition, the region seeks a balance between the need to provide accessible and affordable energy and the imperative to employ clean and sustainable energy. The ASEAN Coal Business Roundtable Dialogue is a regular knowledge-sharing platform for key stakeholders of coal sector to identify business opportunities in the ASEAN region. To recall, the first ASEAN Coal Business Roundtable Dialogue was initiated and co-hosted by Cambodia and Myanmar in 2020. During the roundtable, various decarbonization measures and initiatives to ensure the sustainability of the coal industry were highlighted. The roundtable dialogue noted the importance of various technologies such as the high efficiency, low emissions, integrated gasification combined cycle, and carbon capture utilization and storage to ensure the business sustainability of the coal value chain. In exploring the role of coal in the just energy transition, the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation Phase 2 for the period 2021 to 2025 includes coal and clean coal technology as one of the program areas. The CCT program area has outcome-based strategy that aims to facilitate investment, innovation, and partnership on CCT. At its core, the action plans within the APAEC framework aim to create a holistic approach that is based on increasing energy connectivity and market integration. Ladies and gentlemen, the 39th ASEAN Ministers on Energy meeting, or the 39th AMEM, held in 2021, adopted the Bandar Seri Begawan Joint Declaration on Energy Security and Energy Transition. The declaration reaffirmed the shared commitment and collective responsibility of the ASEAN member states in the pursuit of energy security and just energy transition, which set common goals and conditions to ensure effective implementation across the region as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, today's roundtable dialogue is participated by researchers who represent global knowledge hubs on sustainable energy, as well as the business people and the policy and energy regulators of the ASEAN member states. What do you expect in this roundtable dialogue? In session 1, we will hear and discuss the role of coal and clean coal technology in the current era of energy transition. In session 2, we will explore ASEAN's clean coal business opportunities. In session 3, we will have global experts that will share best practices of carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And in session 4, we will deep dive into CCUS business opportunities for clean and sustainable energy in the ASEAN member states. We hope that our discussions today would be able to provoke future thoughts on the new role of clean coal technologies, the right policy directions, and best practices regionally and globally. Finally, as the discussion is open to the public, we also welcome participants from the public at large to provide your thoughts to the discussion. With that said, we wish you all a fruitful roundtable dialogue and discussion. Stay safe and healthy, and thank you very much. This opening remarks is delivered for and on behalf of the Executive Director of the ASEAN Center for Energy, Dr. Nuki Agya Utama. Thank you very much. Back to you, Madam MC.
Thank you once again for all of the opening address. And to capture this special moment, we are going to have the group photo. Could I ask all of you to turn on the cameras? And please look at the camera and also please smile beautifully. Mr. Alfred, could you capture this moment for us?
Yes, Madam MC, if I may. So everyone, please, moderators and speakers of today's roundtable dialogue, please kindly turn on your video camera. Okay, everyone, I will take our group picture. I will take 2 sessions for this group photo. For the first one, please kindly turn on it. Yeah, okay, everyone, please kindly smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you very much. Back to you, Madam MC.
Thank you so much. I think we got some of the best photos now. Next, we will turn the time over to the first session, that is coal and clean coal technology in the era of energy transition. May I introduce to you the moderator of the session, Mr. Alif Imran Mohammad Shuhaimi, Senior Manager from Tenaga National Berhad, TNB Fuel, Malaysia. If you are ready, the floor is yours, Mr. Arif.
Hello, Tess, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Great. Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi, and very good morning to every participants. First of all, I would like to thank organizing committee inviting us to become a moderator as well as presenter, Tenaga National Berhad. I will say we shall start the second ASEAN Coal Business Roundtable Dialogue Sessions 1. Since last 2 years, the world is changing its momentum from the fastest growth to the lowest level that breaks history of world modernizations. With the global pandemic COVID-19, slow economic recovery, and instability of geopolitics, this issue more or less influence or change the way we think, the way we react, or the way we respond. Without exceptionals to the energy matters, energy issues become more complicated. What is our options to put in the energy equations to ensure that we keep the energy trilemma, security, sustainability, and affordability. So with that, to address these issues, we invited 3 distinguished speakers to share their thoughts, their latest developments on coal and clean coal technology in energy transitions, particularly in ASEAN regions. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite the first speaker to talk about the role of coal in ASEAN. And for the first speaker, Dr. Akbar from ASEAN Center of Energy. He has vast experience in energy project related matters in ASEAN country as well as in international REA. He's majoring in fossil fuel as well as the renewable energy. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Akbar from ASEAN Center of Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. So allow me to start off with the presentation as for now. So before I'm starting here, with a request for my colleague to start off the slide, please. My dear colleague, could you please wait? Yes, please. Thank you. Good morning and greetings from Jakarta. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderators, and also everyone here to be hearing. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Akbar Swandaru. I'm a senior officer for the Power, Fossil Fuel, Alternative Energy and Storage Department from the ASEAN Center for Energy. I'm here would like to present you the topic of my session, role of coal in the ASEAN energy resilience. So in this session, we will start off with a little bit of the landscape of energy mix in the ASEAN region. And obviously, we also would like to give you how is it the role of coal would stand fit to support the energy resilience in the region. We also talked a little bit more in detail on how is that the energy projection of the ASEAN region in the future based on our well-known study, the ASEAN Energy Outlook 6, and touch upon a little bit on the challenge use of coal under the energy transition. We also talked a little bit on the some of impact under the pandemic COVID-19 as an issue and standpoint for this UP26. And lastly, we also present you a little bit on the way out of the use of the coal under the APIC, the ASEAN Energy Blueprint, as a guideline to ensure the successful of energy transition while at the same time using the coal as clean coal application. So next slide, please. So as you may see here, in general, we see that this is the energy landscape in the ASEAN, and as you may see in the screen here, this is the ASEAN installed power capacity by the source in 2020. So as you can see in the screen here, if we take a little bit deeper on the use of the coal dominates in the ASEAN total installed power capacity. And according to the last report 2020, we see that it takes up around 1/3 of total capacity in the region. We see that in general, in ASEAN, energy mix is quite diverse. We do have a fair amount of the gas and also hydro, which interestingly, it covered up to 20% of the total capacity. However, as you may see again here, fossil fuel type power plant takes quite major amount in the position here. And as for the coal, it serves, and we see that the coal takes around 1/3 of total generation. And this mainly, obviously, as you may understand, ASEAN member states have a quite reserve of coal in the region. So next slide, please. So according to our study called the ASEAN Energy Outlook 6, we see that in general, a role of coal looks getting bigger, and even this is fully noted in the future. We see that we also noted as well that there will be a higher penetration of solar and wind energy that may come taking into place. However, as you may see, according to our study here, the role of coal and natural gas will be still essential and to maintain the grid stability and again to secure energy supply. So you see that here, according to the picture, as you can see in the screen here, there is a fair amount of fossil fuel power plant may take place, and we see that coal will play an integral part of the element. Next slide, please. Now, if you take a look here, in general, we see that ASEAN has always been the homes of the coal. And you can see that the youngest coal power plant take place in the ASEAN region. According to our study, you may see that here the average plant age of the ASEAN coal fleet is around 12 years. So if you take a look based on what we found here, partial or complete shutdown will give financial impact to the owners, investors of the power plant. And this may greatly impacting the energy security and providing certain of issues to ensure reliability of power system in the region. Now, you may see that energy transition has been taking place, and we see that ASEAN has to move forward. And as a matter of this issue, we seek a direction and how we would like to solve through the implementation of clean coal technology, which I believe I will present you in the later slide. Next slide, please. Now, aside of that, we see that ASEAN also has concern on the environment issue. We see that, as per noted in the direction here, we have coal power plant, and the ASEAN high reliance on fossil fuel has always been in the picture, and even noted in the future as well, based on the AO6 study. Now, the CO2 emission will highly expected to grow, and according to a study, by 2040, it will grow up to around 4,000 million tons. And the increasing of CO2 emission raise important environmental concerns. And we see that as a fact, these will cause a serious impact to climate change. Next slide, please. Now, you see that there is a recent issue relating to COVID-19 issue, and there is a decline of electricity demand. And at some point led to sales drop among the ASEAN region's utility. And we see that this is causing some of concerns. And one of the fact is that many of our projects were halted, and this is due to the COVID-19 issue. And this is happening in many countries, and this is also as well happening in the ASEAN region. And we see that the prolonged effect of the pandemic has caused as well the drop in revenues at the operating power plants. And this comes some way a concern to many utilities and system operators. So in general, the COVID-19 issue has disrupted the power demand projection, and hence we need a certain level of adjustments to the business need relating to energy sectors. And next slide, please. Now, we see that just recently ago, there is a COP26, and we see that there is a strong commitment on the agreement that we know that we have to move forward and to shift away the use of coal. While at the same time, we see as well that the ASEAN region has been heavily relying on the use of coal as their main resource. So this will greatly, I would say, a compromise on how we would like to move forward the use of coal, but at the same time succeeding the commitment and ensuring successfulness of the clean energy transition in the region. Next slide, please. Now, we see that this has become somewhat an interesting matter, as we see that coal has become primarily a main power supply for our region, while at the same time, energy transition has been taking place. So we see that in order to solve the matter, we have the ASEAN Energy Blueprint called the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation. And among of those is to ensure the use of coal under the clean coal technology. And we say that the APIC has been providing a comprehensive answer how to make sure the shift and compromise and ensuring that the energy security, energy accessibility, affordability, and sustainability still taking place, while at the same time ensuring the use of coal at its maximum benefit. Next slide, please. Now, these come forward with several questions and ensuring then how to make sure that coal could able to support the ASEAN energy resilience. And some of the insights that we have here is that how is that the coal could support the region even during pandemic and help the region recover from it. And this as well, how to see coal could support energy transition through a rather compromised approach amidst the growth of high penetration of renewable energy. And to answer climate action and to decarbonize energy system. And again, we need to as well to see how is that the region plan to see the treatment of for the coal amidst the energy transition that's happening in the ASEAN region. Next slide, please. Now, if you take a look at the APEC, we see that there are several ways forward to ensure the sustainable use of coal energy utilization in the face of energy transition in the ASEAN. So to give you a little bit of perspective here, the APEC, you have 7 program area, and to name a few is, you can see that as based on the screen, we have several programs here, and among of those, we are also aiming to ensure the use of clean coal technology, which I believe that this could fit with the adaptation and the use of coal amidst the trends of energy transition that's happening in the region. And next slide, please. Now, you see that ASEAN to have a future strategic direction to ensure the utilization of the CCT. So we see that in general, we see the coal has been the primary power supply, and we have to ensure that while at the same time, make sure it's maximum benefit under the energy transition and ensuring the accessibility and affordability of energy supply. And through that, we see that the use of CCT has coming and taking into place. Next slide, please. And this is to give you a little bit perspective on some of the initiative that is happening in the ASEAN region. And this is as a means to roadmap for clean coal utilization in the ASEAN. And this has been fully noted under our previous study called Study on Cleaner Coal Utilization or Roadmap in the ASEAN member state. And it's based on our study and of course under the direction of the ASEAN member state, we agree and adopt that clean coal utilization can be seen and as a foreseeable future for the ASEAN. And in general, we see that this roadmap made to achieve the successful use of coal through 3 steps in general. The first is to increase the efficiency and reduce emission, and to improve a clean transformation, and finally to provide comprehensive upgrade. And I believe that this is something that you might want to see in general through our webpage, and we see that you can see in detail the direction and the view of coal for the coal based on the ASEAN directive here. So next slide, please. So just to give you a little bit of illustration of our initiative and how is that our view in regard to the use of coal in the ASEAN region. As you may see that ASEAN is still a long way to achieve the full use of clean coal technology. We have been getting through several initiatives through a dissemination and dialogue to ensure the understanding of clean coal technology is fully captured by the policymakers through several medium platform dialogue and several little bit of report that I believe that you may see some of it in screen. We also have a policy brief that for everyone, which are publicly available to see some little bit of insight that we we can believe that will be useful for everyone to understand what will be the best pathway, the use of coal in the ASEAN region. So I think this is something that will be useful for everyone, and hopefully this could be as a stop by for everyone to start off having a nice reflecting thought on the use of coal, particularly for the ASEAN region. So I'll stop by here, and we have the last slide. And I think we have almost 15 minutes. And thank you very much again for Mr. Moderator, and I'll turn over to you again. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Akbar, for your insights. What I can summarize here, looking at the record generations in 2020, 1/3 still in coal, and projection in 2040, coal and gas still dominant in generation mix for ASEAN. Looking at these projections without ignoring the environmental concern and sustainability issues, right? How we want to connect this development of coal to the sustainable development goal, I think frameworks by United Nations. So to elaborate more on the goal and meeting the sustainable development goal, I would like to invite the next speaker, Ms. Michelle Manu, Chief Executive Officer of World Coal Associations. And please be informed that these sessions will be conducted by a recorded video. So welcome, Ms. Michelle Manu.
Good afternoon, and allow me to commence by acknowledging our hosts and organisers, the Thai Department of Minerals and Fuels, the Ministry of Energy, the ASEAN Executive Director Dr. Nuki Agya Utama, Mr. Abdul Razib Dawood, Chief Executive Officer, Energy Commission, Malaysia, and the ASEAN Forum on Coal Chairman, as well as high-ranking government officials and my fellow colleagues. At the outset, may I say that I am grateful and honoured to be invited again to the ASEAN Coal Business Roundtable Dialogue, and I extend a warm welcome to all the participants from different countries of the region who have gathered virtually on this occasion. While it is disappointing that COVID and its many variants continue to disrupt our face-to-face engagement, it is important to note that the pandemic has taught us many things. From my perspective, leading the World Coal Association, one of the most valuable lessons has been that of the welfare of people. The economy and the environment are one and the same. The collective challenge we face is to understand this interdependence and the need to link our economic, social, and environmental efforts. This is exactly what the 2030 Action Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals aims to achieve. At the World Coal Association, we are fully aware of the necessity to implement these goals in their entirety. We are also fully aware that until the global coal value chain amalgamate as a single collective and a powerful voice, we are unlikely to emerge with a new image that tells of our continued relevance and journey to achieve abated coal. Ahead of today's speech, reflecting on my tenure and in an observation that remains true today as it did in 2019 when I first made this statement, I cannot recall a single government official, politician, industry leader, company CEO, or community member that is not in some way or another concerned about climate change and its impact. However, I have found that the most effective partners of delivery are those who recognise that an effective and sustainable climate response must integrate environmental imperatives with the legitimate aims of energy security and economic development. And for some nations, the choice may be gas or nuclear. All fuels and their clean credentials and technologies are relevant and should be considered. This is consistent with the Articles of the Paris Agreement, and the energy trilemma remains relevant. It was put to me by a leading expert at the Financial Times Global Mining Summit in late 2021 that the energy trilemma is in fact solved. I have now just participated in the Financial Times Global Commodities Summit in Switzerland, and I think it is clear for developed, developing, and emerging nations that the energy trilemma is not something that is solved and then forgotten. It is an ongoing risk management exercise that requires our undivided attention, a system that needs to be in equilibrium. The ASEAN stakeholders already understand this and are conducting their own reality check, choosing the energy pathways which best meet their economic, social, and environmental needs. For many, this includes coal, low-emission technologies, or clean coal technologies, and this is to be acknowledged and included in a world that would have us become more vulnerable and fragile. This is why the World Coal Association believes that this year has the makings of an inflection point for our commodity and our metallurgical and thermal value chains. Why, you may ask, are we making such a point of the 2022 agenda? This year, we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Conference on Human Environment, the world's first United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development. It is also 50 years since the formation of United Nations Environment Programme, today United Nations Environment. More importantly, though, this year marks the halfway point of the 2030 Action Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement, which came into action in 2015. Following the disruption of COVID, 2022 offers the opportunity to get the world back on track and chart a course for the next 8 years to build a brighter, more sustainable future by 2030. In January, Bill Gates identified this opportunity in his opening address at Global Goals Week in Dubai, stating, "The Sustainable Development Goals aren't something we can cram for a night or year before the deadline." And I agree. The Sustainable Development Goals are a framework for decarbonisation technologies and investment. And this is why the final text produced in the COP26 climate talks held in Glasgow, Scotland last year was so important. This may be surprising to detractors, but it shouldn't, as the World Coal Association is built and guided by its responsible coal principles based on the Sustainable Development Goals. After all, UK Minister and COP Chairman Alok Sharma spent much of the Glasgow conference deriding coal as a commodity which had had its day. When the UK Prime Minister concluded that the conference signalled the death knell for coal, citing the final text which included commitments to accelerate the phase down of unabated coal power. However, it is important we unpack what was actually agreed. In the days following the talks, I wrote an article for the Financial Times in which I argued that we had to stop the wordsmithing around coal and laid out the position for the organisation in which I lead. I argued that many Western delegates in Glasgow had chosen to fixate only on the emissions that come from unabated coal. These voices had placed coal on the cost side of the ledger, a product to be judged without offsetting contribution on the benefit side of the equation. This was just the latest example of coal being politicised and highlights more fundamental issues which continue to frustrate the progress. The global cut and paste function in climate politics to eliminate coal and fossil fuels and replace them with renewables has not reaped the required results in lowering emissions. Neither has it hastened attempts by major international banks and finance institutions to profit from coal value chain fears of a managed decline. All it has done is minimise this critical debate into an unfortunate popularity contest, or to save face for those that hastily spoke without all the facts or without all the frames of reference, which is critical to such a debate. And this takes us further away from the necessary discussion regarding the feasible pathways that get us on a working decarbonisation track. In 2020, during the initial stage of the pandemic, the world saw an immediate and unprecedented decline in energy as large parts of the economy were shuttered to contain the spread of the disease. Coal was not immune to these developments and suffered a decline of more than 4.4% compared to 2019 levels. Yet less than 1 month after Prime Minister Johnson's suggestion that COP signalled the death knell for coal, the International Energy Agency published its annual report on coal. It confirmed what many of us expected. The 4.6 trillion of fiscal policy support mobilised by advanced economies for 2020 and beyond had been effective in fostering the conditions for a quicker and more sustained recovery. At the same time, and in a development that is holistically anomalous, 2021's recovery was a reversal of typical patterns. In the developed world, aggregate personal income rose rather than fell, and households massively shifted their spending from services to manufactured goods. Manufacturing in Asia, including Southeast Asia, experienced a significant rebound, and the region consolidated its dominance in supplying many of the consumer goods that the world demands. This supply from the East, consume in the West model, continues to generate a solution where everyone benefits from the global economy. Western consumers enjoy an increase in their purchasing power, while in the East, workers will enjoy rising levels of prosperity. Factory Asia has the potential to continue to lift millions of people out of poverty. And central to this outcome has been coal, which has ensured low cost, stable, and secure supply. The lived experience of 2021 very much confirms this. Variable renewable options, wind and solar, and the spiralling cost of gas led coal demand to rise by almost 10% from 2020 levels. According to the International Energy Agency, in 2021, coal generation reached an all-time high at over 10,000 terawatt hours. In industrial processes, coal demand rose 6%, reaching close to record levels of 2013 and 2014. And these figures are just the latest data points which highlight a fundamental fact that is painfully misunderstood. Coal has a long-term role, but abated coal, reimagined, even beyond combustion, has a future role. The variable to its use will be technology that the developers choose to deploy, and therefore the emissions profile of the global coal fleet and beyond. As we said last year in our report, authored alongside the ASEAN Centre for Energy, it made sound economic and financial sense to transition away from inefficient old subcritical coal plants. To borrow a phrase from Glasgow, phase down unabated coal. But we must follow this logic through to its natural conclusion. We need to phase in clean technologies, particularly clean coal technologies, and we need to phase in a mindset that looks to reimagining coal's contribution in hydrogen, fertilizers, and beyond. In my takeaways from Glasgow, what was clear to me across the broad sweep of climate reportage, talks and deliberations was an overwhelming notion of willingness by all countries to play their part along a common but differentiated capabilities principle. Economies across ASEAN and beyond are not simply committing to net zero goals, but are in fact implementing these today. One of the more positive moves in recent weeks has been the Memorandum of Cooperation inked by the Japanese Industry Minister and the Indonesian Energy Minister, Arifin Tasrif, who I had the pleasure of meeting before the pandemic. The Memorandum of Cooperation is aimed at collaborating in the development and deployment of technologies that contribute to realistic energy transitions, such as hydrogen, ammonia as a fuel, carbon capture and storage, and carbon capture utilization and storage. Realistic. Their words, not mine. Indeed, realism is referenced on each page of the 7-page document. Countries should be guided by reality and rationality, themes that are too often lacking in today's climate change rhetoric. Promoting policies that advocate for a transition away from coal rather than a transition to technology solutions has led to an increasing sense that the global climate agenda is being prioritised over the legitimate development aims of poorer countries. In Glasgow, we encourage countries to conduct their own reality check and choose the energy pathway which best meets their economic, social and environmental needs. After all, Paris assured common but differentiated responsibilities and capabilities. No two countries' starting points are the same. The policy tools implemented cannot therefore be the same, and neither should any one country or region dictate domestic policy choices, much similar to the ASEAN's principle of non-interference. And that's why I see opportunity in the Glasgow text. As you may have guessed by now, I am an optimist. Given my role and the well-recorded challenges of our industry over the last decade, I suppose I must be. When people ask me how I cope doing this role, I tell them, in coal, you need to be pragmatic, resilient, philosophical, and very anchored in the facts. For too long, as coal stakeholders, we forgot these traits and we are distracted by criticism from a very noisy activist community. I'm not dismissive of community concerns and I recognise that we must change. However, I believe we need to have the courage to be contrarian. Leading the World Coal Association affords me an extremely fortunate seat on the balcony. Watching our global coal dance floor from this vantage point, I see immense opportunity for transformation. I also see the behaviours that hold us back from seizing those very opportunities. The missing piece to realising our shared goal is you and finance. Today, I cannot count a significant amount of the ASEAN businesses in my membership, but I can tell you that the other key coal producing and consuming regions and the adjacent businesses, like governments and financiers, are increasingly looking to the World Coal Association to help them identify the responsible coal value chain participants. In the coming year, we will seek to differentiate the responsible coal value chain from the rest. This will hopefully result in benefits to environmental, social, and governance compliance, capital allocation, and the like. In the coming year, we will seek to differentiate the responsible coal value chain participants for those stakeholders. This will hopefully result in the benefits to environmental, social, and governance compliance, capital allocation, and the like. I am proud of our partnership with the ASEAN Centre for Energy. We are working together in developing initiatives to re-engage and, most importantly, educate the finance community. Our ASEAN Energy Equation report published last year was significant to this outcome. And we are honoured to work with and be associated with Dr. Nookie and his team for pressing ahead with the Clean Coal Finance Seminar tomorrow. Forums such as these are critical. They create the intelligent, not emotional discussion which will help shape and influence the future of energy and environmental security. Know that you are not alone in advocating coal's relevance and inclusion in the climate change and energy transition pathways, and your work is inspiring others who have struggled to gather their voice. It would be wrong if anyone, given the coal price and the issues worldwide around energy security and the urgency placed on accelerating the energy transition, thought we have a reprieve. What we have is the opportunity and time to transition on our timeline, but transition through technologies we must. In 2022, after so much focus on idealistic transition timelines for uncertain, untested, or unreliable technologies, global opinion leaders are increasingly recognizing the importance of realism, phasing in a more inclusive climate finance. This is evident in upcoming research avenues from the International Energy Agency and associated bodies such as the Centre for Sustainable Carbon. This year, this halfway point to 2030 has the makings of an inflection point for coal and clean coal technology. The World Coal Association, through our evolving coal strategy and responsible coal principles based on the UN Sustainable Development Goals, we stand ready to support countries chart a new future. Over the last 2 years, I've always said, you're either in coal or you're not. If you are in coal, then you will understand better than most that the only way coal can continue and grow is to be in responsible coal. Responsible coal is about contributing sustainably and holistically to development through the value chain's technology transformation. If you are in coal, you are part of clean coal technologies underpinning future coal from pre-combustion through to combustion to beyond combustion. I urge all coal stakeholders, governments, financiers and industry to join me and our members, current and future, to tell our future coal story and re-educate our global society, and in turn, to build a robust global coal value chain and market that fits in the decarbonisation economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chairman, for your insights. What I could see here with adopting clean coal technology such as carbon capture, utilization and storage, the coal can be part in the energy transitions without compromising the emission impact to the environment. The key role here is to continuously educate decision makers, investors, as well as the finance institutions. We should continue on that. Okay, now we move the last but not least, we welcome Dr. Andrew from International Center for Sustainable Carbon to share with us on the best practice on industry, how the coal can play in the energy transitions. Dr. Andrew is well known in the energy industry. He has about 45 years working experience in fossil fuel as well as in coal technology. Yes, Dr. Andrew, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be able to take part in this esteemed event. Thank you. I now have my slides. That's great. I'm the General Manager of the International Center for Sustainable Carbon, and I'm really going to talk about best practice for coal utilization with a particular focus on the Asian region and the Asean region in particular. Next slide, please. Briefly, I'm just going to introduce us because some of you may not be familiar with the International Center for Sustaining Carbon. And then, as I said, going to focus in on the challenge for sustainable coal use in Asia, and then a few key takeaways at the end of that. Next slide, please. The International Center for Sustainable Carbon, we're part of a network of autonomous collaborative partnerships that focus on a wide range of energy technologies. We're known essentially as technology collaboration programs, and we're organized under the auspices of the International Energy Agency, but we're functionally and legally autonomous. That's the legal bit out the way. More interestingly, we are dedicated to providing independent information analysis on how biomass, coal, and other carbon sources can become cleaner sources of energy compatible with the UN Sustainable Development Goals that have been referred to by previous speakers. Next slide, please. So as I said, I'm going to focus in on the, the present and the future for sustainable coal use in Asia. And if we'll move on swiftly to the next slide as well, please. In terms of the options for ensuring more sustainable coal use in the power sector, for example, I've listed there a number of simplistic points, but first and foremost, there's plenty of scope these days to optimize power plant efficiency. We're seeing, and I'll come on some more details of this later, we're seeing a lot of work now taking the technologies forward to numbers that even a decade ago were unexpected in terms of overall efficiency. At the same time, there are commercial systems that are available to ensure very low pollutant emissions of sulfur oxides, nitrogen oxides, and particulate emissions. Increasingly, when we see with the use of variable renewable energy as part of the mix on a grid, excuse me, there needs to be improvements to the operational flexibility, and that can be provided by dispatchable power, which includes power from coal, power from gas, power from biomass. I think for best coal power results overall, combining all three is a good way to go. And then, as we've heard very much in the introductory speeches, it's critical for the future for near zero carbon emissions to be achieved is in the inclusion of carbon capture, utilization and storage. Next slide, please. There are important, I think, very important point to make is the supply and use of energy is not homogeneous worldwide. It's not even necessarily homogeneous on a regional basis. It's essentially a heterogeneous situation. And most particularly between the differences between the OECD countries and the developing nations. For example, the OECD countries have established their economies and associated infrastructures. Developing nations, they're still seeking to achieve universal access to power in many cases. They're looking to get more acceptable living standards. They want to, but at the same time, they're recognizing that would require to some degree increased urbanization, all of which is carbon intensive. But as we heard already from the excellent speakers this morning, there's a lot of scope there to take things forward. And there's a recognition in the Asean region, for example, how coal has a key role to play for many decades to come. So as much that the countries can do to approach net zero emissions, starting with the deployment of low emission coal technologies. I think everyone is recognizing that CCUS is a technology that's going to have an important role as it's introduced. But right now, introducing more high efficiency, low emissions technologies is an important step on that road. As stress again, carbon capture, utilization, storage is going to be a necessary part of Asia's transition. That will be for both existing industry, such as power generation, and the industrial processes where carbon emissions are hard to abate. That can include coking and cement, for example, but also new industries such as bioenergy, hydrogen, ammonia, and dimethyl ether. Next slide, please. It's just as I mentioned this point already, but it's important just to put some numbers to back it up. One looks over the last decade or so, we've seen tremendous advances away from the traditional old-fashioned, now old-fashioned subcritical coal plants to first supercritical and then to ultra supercritical plants, where we're seeing state-of-the-art around about 47 to 48% net on a lower heating value basis. But at the same time, there's a lot of very innovative development going on to take the technology still further, to push the efficiencies higher, but also most importantly, when we think of the energy trilemma, to bring down the costs of those technologies accordingly. Next slide, please. With that in mind, for example, when we think about carbon capture, this slide shows over the period 2004 through to 2000 and projections through to 2030. It's showing the cost of capture in US dollars per ton of CO2 against time, and we can see a very significant and steady reduction in those overall costs. And that can get us down from nearly, well, let's say $90 per ton of CO2 captured down to about 40. And if we look at the new technologies coming through with hydrogen production that can drive a fuel cell, those are still in the development stage, in the scaling up stage, but that will get the cost down to about $30 per ton of CO2, which is a very significant improvement. Next slide, please. There is other options that can be considered. Coal is a clear mainstay, but in certain circumstances, introduction of co-firing or co-utilization of biomass to a degree is another way to bring down the overall carbon emissions, biomass being carbon neutral. And again, there's policy measures and frameworks being put in place to support co-firing. Next slide, please. The other important area at the moment is ammonia co-firing. That's particularly being developed and proved and established in Japan, but also beyond that country's borders now. A very attractive opportunity for lowering carbon emissions. The technology, I think, is technically proven, but there's a need now to sort of drive down the costs, and part of that will be by rolling out the technology on a major basis. And as I said, Japan is a world leader in this technology, but there's other variants being undertaken in other countries. Next slide, please. Tend to focus on coal power as the technology area for discussion, but there's also a need to look at the non-power sector and the transition there, and it's the role of coal in that transition. Next slide, please. For example, steel production, very important. There's a whole range of a portfolio of approaches that can be applied to reduce carbon emissions. You can switch fuels to hydrogen. You can utilize biomass and electricity. You can improve the overall energy efficiency of that system. And you can introduce the CCUS into the overall technology basis, all of which have a role, all of which have challenges, but the end results are worth those challenges. Next slide, please. Just one other example of decarbonisation options, which is in the cement production. And again, there are a number of ways that you can improve the energy efficiency and the overall performance. And a lot of these are being taken forward by a large number of major companies. Next slide, please. I just want to divert very slightly, if I may, Chairman. I think we always talk quite rightly as coal as a fuel. But I think it's also important to think about coal as a resource. There's a lot of work been going on over the years, of course, to develop and deploy carbon-based energy technologies, where coal is the fuel. We know they're clean, we know they're reliable, they can achieve high efficiencies with low environmental impacts. There's a lot of market analysis being done for these technologies, with a review of the enabling policies and regulations which accelerate their global market entry. But you can also look on coal as a resource. You can create high value carbon-based non-energy products, some of which I've shown on this slide here. And that includes, for example, activated carbon, carbon fiber, and in particular graphene. All of these are at the strong development stage. A lot of it's now that the technology has been proven and it needs to be scaled up and the costs brought down. It's a challenging opportunity to continue to use coal outside the fuel spectre. There's also extracting critical minerals from coal ashes and indeed from coal. Critical minerals include rare earth elements, many of which are critical to all the new energy technologies and other things, ranging from the phone in your pocket to certain parts of your car. And perhaps last but not least, you can take lignite and such low-grade fuels. You can process those to produce soil improvers, which is a very valuable way forward, particularly in some of the developing countries. Next slide, please. My key takeaways, I won't go through these in detail because of the time. I appreciate I've just about used it all up. But one of the key points I've made already, global energy availability and its use are not homogeneous. What works for one country or for an OECD country is not going to work for a developing country necessarily. Coal is going to remain a key energy source. We heard that from the previous speaker from the World Coal Association. We've heard that from the chairman of this session. And it's going to be a key source for developing nations. There's still much that Asian countries can do to approach net zero emissions. I've touched on some of that today. But then for the future, alternative power generation systems based around fuel cells and those based on supercritical carbon dioxide, for example, have significant potential in the ongoing transition process. Final slide, please. As a very quick overview, I hope you have found that of interest. If you have any specific questions or would like more information in bulk, shall we say, please visit our website or contact me on my email address, which is shown in the bottom right-hand corner of the slide. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Andrew. I will summarize it like this. Coal, very important for ASEAN countries, and we cannot ignore the sustainability and environmental concerns. There are way forwards, as addressed by Dr. Andrew. Operation efficiency have to improve. We can explore biomass and other fuel alternative, co-firing, and interesting on the look at the coal as the resources instead of fuel, right? So yeah, I think we entered the last session where Q&A. I would like to invite from the floor if you have any ideas, clarifications to share with the speakers. Fortunately, we have Dr. Andrew and Dr. Akbar in this session. If you have any question to Ms. Michelle Manu, you can write in the chat box so that the organizing committee can follow up with the World Coal Associations. Yes, I open the floor. Any questions? Okay, if not, I will go through. There is one question in the chat box or question and answers. Okay, I think it's open to the speakers, Dr. Andrew and Dr. Akbar. So, question from Muhammad Amiruzri from Malaysia. Okay, the question: how the post-COVID-19 power and energy sector should be designed and look like, incorporating the lesson learned during this period and implementing these in redesigned power systems. Okay, any thought? Yeah, Dr. Andrew?
I'm sorry, I couldn't catch your question. There's a little bit of distortion. Could you say it again, please?
How the post-COVID-19 power and energy sector should be designed and looks like, incorporating the lessons learned during this period and implementing this in redesigned power systems. We have go through the COVID-19 demands, electricity demand going lower. We have to scramble with the generation system. So from that perspective, how we want to design our system in the future for better? Any thought?
Yeah, I think one of the phrases that's being used with people I'm working at the moment is looking at it from a technology agnostic approach, which incidentally a lot of the OECD regions are not doing. If there's one thing that's come true over the last few weeks, and previous speakers have talked about the energy trilemma, we're looking to achieve sufficient energy resources at acceptable costs while achieving sustainable use of those resources. And in security of supply, for example, becomes a very important thing, as we're now hearing. I think that recognizing that you've got to optimize the performance of that energy trilemma is a powerful tool. It's a strategic tool that's being used in most countries. Looking at how you can balance that up, and at the same time recognizing that you don't have to, that coal, as Manuk spoke previously, coal has an important role to play over the foreseeable future. Interlinking coal with CCUS is going to bring down the carbon emissions to a very, very low level. I don't think this fixation on zero carbon from a particular technology is especially helpful. But I think it's important to recognize that having that resilience of different energy technologies within the system and on the grid system in particular is very important to ensure you've got security of supply. We're seeing in Europe, for example, in the current circumstances, a focus on variable renewable energy. As people say, that's probably going to end rather badly, because the backup they have is gas in a transitional role. That's not really a transitional role. That's an integral part of the mix for a long, long time to come. So technology agnotism is very important, but also recognizing the need to recognize that certain, in many of these technologies, a lot of it, there's scope to improve. There's a development still going, interesting development still going on, and there's still scope to improve the systems that we have already. I hope that helps a little bit.
All right, thank you, Dr. Andrew. Any thought from Dr. Akbar?
Thank you very much, Andrew, and also thank you very much as well, Mr. Moderator. So in regard to this question in relating to COVID-19 issue and how is that our sector should be designed and look like in the future. So let me bring you a little bit in perspective of the ASEAN region itself, and then hopefully with that we can have like some kind of move forward answer on it. So we see that in general in the post or during and post COVID-19 issue, we see that there's represented a falling electricity demand. And this has been the first measures for many companies, utilities to struggle with the billions of dollars of profit drop. And I see that postponing the commercialization of the power projects, such as the initiative of commercial operation date, has been a crucial step that has been taken as a short-term period solution to ensure to cut the bid losses. Now we see that from demand side, there is an extreme exchange in monthly electricity bills for the residential, particularly sectors, which requires ASEAN government to provide some of economic assistance relief in reducing and extending the tariff of monthly electricity, and with ultimately to cut lower tier class the bills for the lower tier class customers. So in general, we can say that there has been a new power pathway awaits and eventually has to be delayed by 2020 and 2021 and onward. So we see that there is an urgent need for us to reshape how is that the energy projection, the power development plan for the ASEAN that urgently need to adopt. Of course, there has been news around the idea of the renewable energy has been quite resistant amidst the pandemic, and we see that some of report shows, based on our study, shows that there is a numbers of certain investment that initially has been on the like the business as usual, and then they are more looking into the use of renewable energy. But quite interestingly, if you take a look, the sheer amount of investment for coal, there are big numbers on it, and I see that those trends, I mean the one that moving for the renewable energy are quite significant. So I think we need to see more instead of putting a more radical movement to move away coal, if I could put into that word. We need to become more compromised with the use of coal. And we see that coal has been the advantage point for many developing countries, including many of countries in the ASEAN region. And to compromise that, I'm very much agree as well with Andrew that we need to make sure that coal has sounds to tackle climate change, and see that the use of CCUS has been the main frame of the solution. So I think this is something that we need to take a look in more holistically. We see that coal has been quite bankable in terms of the businesses, and we see that energy security has been very much a guarantee. So I see that the problem is more like the emission that inherently becoming quite the news when we talk about coal. So I think a medium of the use of new technology, and I think this is something becoming very much good for compromise for the use of a coal. And I think again, as a final word, perhaps from myself, we see that as in the recent power development plan in many the ASEAN region, we see that there have been a new context to adoption of carbon capture to ensure the business of the coal can be secure, while at the same time, we are also very much answering the clean energy transition in the future. So I think that will be my side in regard to my view. So I'm turning over to you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Akbar. I think we go to the next questions. A question from Helmi Malaysia. Do you think a world without coal generation is realistic? Very short answers, Dr. Andrew.
I'm sorry, I'm struggling to hear you. Could you? What was the short question or the short answer? My apologies.
Yeah, sorry. Do you think a world without coal generation is realistic?
Ah, right. Thank you. Yes, I saw that in the chat room. I think you need to be very careful for what you wish for. Let's put it that way. At the COP meeting, the Prime Minister of my country made a lot of sound bites where he said, we must stop using coal now. Now, leaving aside the impossibility of stop using it now, it was a very stupid remark because it doesn't actually sort of suggest how one's going to take things forward. There are ways that you can utilize other fuels to some degree. I don't wish to repeat my technology agnostic part, but if we're looking at coal as a mainstay for much of the power generation systems in the world, I don't think it's realistic to assume that you can replace that with a viable alternative effectively overnight or over a short period of time. There's going to be a situation where in a power system, you need what's known as dispatchable power, that you can control, ramp the thing up or down depending on the demands on the system. You can't do that on its own with variable renewable energy. And you need some form of dispatchable power. That could be coal, that could be gas, that could be hydro, for example. And so I think, again, looking at, I don't think it's very realistic in the short term to dispose of coal. There's a lot we can do in a lot of areas to improve its performance, both in terms of efficiency and cleanliness, environmental performance. And I think all of those should be chased forward. But dismissing a major energy source worldwide at a time when there's a certain amount of energy policy, I don't think is a very sensible way forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Andrew. Yes, indeed, agreed. The issues is not realistic or not. What is the viable options to support energy ASEAN developments, right? So, okay, next questions. What is the status of hydrogen production from coal technologies? I believe still Dr. Andrew on the technologies.
The status of hydrogen production from coal is it's a long proven and true commercially available technology. It's gasification of coal to produce carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen, which you can then shift that reaction to produce hydrogen and CO2, with CO2 being removed to give pure hydrogen. That's been available on a commercial basis since the early 2000s, particularly in China with their coal to chemicals programs. It's a low cost way of addressing the problem. So a low cost way of producing hydrogen at the moment, and all the projections still show that even with the addition of CCUS, so you've got very low carbon hydrogen, that is going to be readily available. It's already being installed as a start. I think there's a big market for hydrogen, but again, the solution overall is not just going from coal to hydrogen. It's looking at this balance, I think, which I keep stressing, but it's so important. But no, coal to hydrogen has a key role. I talked about ammonia a little bit this morning, and I'm sure that my Japanese friends and JCO and others will be talking more about hydrogen or ammonia later on in the discussions. But I think it has an important role to play through to, let's see how it's to the period of 2050. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Andrew. I think this will be the last questions because we have running out of time. Okay, this question from CCUS. Okay, the majority of financing institutions are avoiding to invest their fund in the coal-related projects. This condition is unfavorable for optimizing coal usage in the future, even though the project is going to implement a cleaner coal technology. What is the comment about this? Are they going to change their perspective in terms of coal project, which implementing CCL or CCUS? Perhaps Dr. Akbar can share your thought on this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. But before we go, could you please repeat again the question? Really sorry for that, but I'm struggling to understand the shape of the question.
They're very long shot. But yeah, financing institutions, their appetites differently. They will not put their money in coal technology. So looking at your projection, right, Dr. Akbar, Asean Center of Energy, coal steel dominance in 2040, but considering current situations, no financial institution to put their money in the coal technology or coal business, how you want to manage these issues? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the question given. I think my short answer is that first, I think we need to be clear about the idea whether there is an initiative to help any financing to pouring into more the use of coal, because actually if you take a look just recent ago, we see that there are some multilateral donors that actually started to rethinking the finance scheme to look more into the use of coal, but rather to compromise the shape of coal with the use of clean coal technology. So I think this is something that is very interesting, that to see that many of people come to mind that coal are now need to be left behind, and I see that it has been quite a news to see that the financing seems to stop to move and start to move forward with the other type of technology. I would say in general it's not entirely right, because we see that moving all left behind use of coal is just, I would say that it's the same idea that as Andrew mentioned earlier, it's not realistically possible. So I think that will be the general consensus that we have here. But referring to the question, assuming that is happening, then I think we have to see the maturity of the energy projection, the ASEAN region first. Let's just talk the ASEAN context first, and hopefully this is something that could be more relevant globally. So we see that assuming that coal is not getting financed anymore, then what would be the best answer for us then? If let's say we left all behind coal, and then let's just go with the net zero emission strategy. We use more renewable energy, and then let's just say we use to balance all of those intermittency with the gas. I think that will change drastically of the shape of the energy mix of the ASEAN, not only the shape itself, but also what would be the best means of the business to enable all of this getting moved forward. We see that, as I agree with Andrew as well, coal has been quite I mean, they could provide energy security, and it's quite bankable, I have to admit it. And it's been running more than 20, 30 years. So I can say that the guarantee is quite assuring. So I would say that again, if we move forward and left that behind, that would not only impacting to the coal as well, but also the finance itself. So it would difficult themselves to seek their financing. What would be the most possible for them to move forward as well, since coal is not anymore there. So I think that would probably my reaction on that one. But I believe that Andrew has more, sophisticated answer on that one, if you allow me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think that's all for this session one. I would like to say thank you very much to the speakers and audience. If you have still any questions, you can share in the chat box, and speakers can put in written answers. So yes, we end the session one. Thank you. Terima kasih. Yes, hand over to Master of Ceremony.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alif, and all of the speakers for this first session. We clearly see the important role of coal even in the era of energy transition like this. So let's move to the next session, coal and clean coal technology business opportunities. I am pleased to invite the moderator of this session, Dr. Rita Sirawati, Head of Groundwater and Environmental Geology, Ministry of Mineral and Energy Resources of Indonesia. If you are ready, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. MC. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear my voice clearly? Everyone?
Yes, we hear you clearly.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second session of Coal Business Roundtable Dialogue of Asian Forum on Coal Annual Meeting 2022. I'm delighted that so many of you choose to join us for this event, and for me, it's also great to see so many familiar faces this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, we will have 3 speakers who will share with us their knowledge and experience related to coal mining and utilization from sustainable perspective. In Asean, as you know, be aware, coal will still play a big part in the effort of the energy transition. However, we are also aware that changes are needed to ensure that coal utilization will not impair Asian energy security and deter the region's effort in achieving a cleaner and more sustainable energy sector in the future. So, if you are interested to know the changes that have been made so far to mine and utilize the coal in more greener way, as well as the business opportunity available in sustainable coal mining and utilization in Asian region, then this session is definitely yours. Let's start this session with excitement. Now I will invite the first speaker. He is my colleague, Mr. Herman Shah, the head of Research and Development Center on Mineral and Coal Technology Indonesia. I know him for such a long time. I know how he dedicates his time and effort and also his knowledge to make the Center for Mineral and Coal Technology one of the most reputable coal research institutions in Indonesia. Pak Herman presentation title will be Coal Biomass Char Co-firing for Power Plant. Pak Herman, please welcome. You will have about 15 minutes to talk.
Okay, thank you, Bu Rita. Can you hear my sound? It's okay? Hello? Bu Rita, can you hear my sound? Yo,
Pak
okay.
Herman, clear.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity given us to present at the second ASEAN Coal Business Roundtable Dialogue Session 2. That Bu Rita said that our presentation title is Coal Biomass Char Co-firing for Power Plant. Next, please. The following is an outline of our presentation, starting with the background and then introduction, biomass pyrolysis and integrated biomass pyrolysis, coal drying, and coal biomass co-firing. Next, we will convey the co-firing testing facility owned by TechMira or ASEAN COA CCT and the portfolio related to the biomass coal co-firing, and finally closing. Next, please. On the background slide, we start with an explanation that Indonesian energy mix target for new and renewable energy is 23% by 2025. One of the alternative fuel sourced from the renewable energy, which we will explain in this presentation, is biomass, which will be mixed with the coal through the co-firing technology. Indonesia has implemented biomass co-firing at the Python power plant using the sawdust wood co-firing at 5% of generating capacity with a biomass requirement of 0.6 million tons per year. Although the potential of biomass is abundant, the characteristics of biomass are different from the coal. Therefore, appropriate technology is needed to convert biomass into the solid fuel that meet the required specification. Next, please. This figure on the right hand side show the distribution of number of the power plant capacity in megawatt and biomass demand in million ton per year. For example, in the Java Island, there are 16 power plant with a capacity of 14,645 megawatt. The biomass requirement is around 2.7 million ton per year. To meet the target of the co-firing power plant in Indonesia, the total need for biomass is 8 million ton per year. There are several challenges to overcome. In the below text, we highlight that the easy to green and have suitable calorific value. And then also the continuity of supply and meet the price. Therefore, the TechMira at this session proposed the pyrolysis of biomass as an alternative solution to solve these challenges. Next, please. According to the definition of pyrolysis, is the process of thermal degradation of raw material in the absence of oxygen or air. One of the most appropriate type of pyrolysis is a torrefaction. In this slide, we want to explain the heat and mass balance of biomass. You can see in the green color is the biomass before torrefaction process, the characteristic. There are 8 characteristics. And then the right-hand side is the gray color is the biomass after co-firing, torrefaction, after torrefaction. We highlight the 2 characteristic is the higher calorific value and better grindability is the result of the torrefaction. After the torrefaction process, the characteristic of biomass will increase so that it has characteristics similar to coal, including a high calorific value and better grindability. Approximate 70% of the product from this process can be used as the coal blend fuel for co-firing in the coal-fired power plant, while the remaining 30% is volatile and coke oven gas can be used as an energy source for heat integration, the torrefaction process. Next, please. In the slide, we introduce the pyrolysis technology developed by TechMira in collaboration with the Anggrek Power Plant in Gorontalo area, province. With this approach, it increased energy efficiency by integrating the heat generated in the pyrolysis process, furnace, and heat exchanger. And also the coke oven gas with high temperature produced from pyrolysis process can be used in a rotary dryer as energy source for drying to wet coal. Next. TechMira has a well-equipped testing facility in Asean CCUS CCT located in Palimanan. You can see that in the left picture is the pyrolysis pilot plant, and then in the middle picture is the co-firing coal drying pilot plant, and also the co-firing testing facility at the pilot and laboratory scale as well in the right figure. Next, please. This is the TechMira portfolio. We are experienced in carrying out the several co-firing projects at coal-fired power plant, including the cooperation with the Anggrek Power Plant in 2020, right now in 2022, we still running the project with the Ampana Power Plant, Central Sulawesi, and still in negotiation stage with the PT Indonesia Power for the prototype scale testing. And also one of our product, we call the cyclone burner, has been applied in the tea drying facility in the PT Perkebunan Nusantara 8 and Research Institute for Tea and Cinchona Gambung. Next, please. This is in the closing session. Let us offer the TechMira is ready to be a business partner in testing and developing co-firing technology in ASEAN country through the cooperation with ASEAN COA CCT vehicle. TechMira has experience in several co-firing projects and has participated in development of co-firing technology that improve energy efficiency and are capable of producing biomass char which has characteristic similar to the coal. Thank you very much for your attention.
Very effective time. Pak Herman, on behalf of everyone here today, thank you for taking the time to share with us the very interesting topic of co-firing. The key point that I took from Pak Herman's presentation today is that co-firing is near-term low-cost option for efficiently and cleanly converting biomass to electricity by adding biomass as a partial substitute fuel in coal power plant. This technology, ladies and gentlemen, has been demonstrated, tested, and also proved. Since almost all Asian countries has biomass resources, I think, yes, co-firing has a great potential to be developed in Asian power plant. And also, for your information, AFOC has launched its Center of Excellence in Clean Coal Technology, and recently, along with TechMira, they offers the opportunity for any collaboration to develop clean coal technology in Asian region. Thanks again, Pak Herman. Now we move to the next speaker. He is also my colleague, which is very well known in Indonesia coal community. He's assumed the role of Indonesia Coal Mining Executive Director since 2017 and has been in the mining industry for more than 17 years. Pak Hendra will deliver a presentation entitled Sustainable Coal Mining and Intra-Asian Coal Trade Opportunity. Please, Pak Hendra, you have 15 minutes to talk.
Thank you, Bu Rita. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Indonesian Coal Mining Association, we would like to thank to the committee for inviting us to share with this very important webinar on the sustainable coal in the Asian member countries. So allow me to to introduce a little bit overview of the Indonesian coal mining sector. The sector that plays, as Bu Rita mentioned earlier, the coal industry plays a big role in Indonesian economy and energy security. Coal is among the strongest economic performers during the pandemic, and it plays big role in helping the country in economic recovery due to pandemic COVID-19. And energy security also, coal is has big part of contributing roughly around 65 to 70% of the national electrification. So indeed, coal is very important industry. Okay, let's move to the next slides. This is the bit overview on the Indonesian coal, the importance of the coal to the ecosystem of the coal industry. Okay, next slide. Okay, Indonesian coal mining industry largely is contributed, most of the Indonesian coal productions, around 70%, are contributed from a few big coal mining company, of which their mining is relatively old, 25 to 30 years older, and then it's the production cost is getting more expensive, and then it's vulnerable to the volatility of the commodity prices. Thankfully, in the past few years, average selling price is very strong, that it helps the industry survive in the pandemic area. Okay, next slide. Okay, talking about the future of Indonesian coal and its importance to the region ASEAN, we have to look at the data provided by the geological agency, Bu Rita's office. Yeah, it's just according to the data from Ministry of Mines, we have at least 65 to 70 years of our coal life. Yeah, this is assuming that there is no significant discovery and the exploration. So if we're using the annual rate of 600 million ton produced, yeah, we still have a long life, relatively long life of coal. However, the climate change issue, of course, we need to put most effort in order to reducing carbon emission, and then this requires substantial efforts in order to to develop coal into more cleaner energy and sustainable way. This is the core topic of this today webinar. Most of the Indonesian coal reserve are subbituminous and lignite, of which this calorific value is in high demand, especially from the countries like China, India, and so some other countries in South Asia. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is the slide shows you the trend of Indonesian coal productions. You can see in the blue colors is our coal productions keep increasing, except on the 2020 when everything is going down. But in the term of the coal state revenue, even during the pandemic, it's achieving the target set by the government. And also you can see in the yellow color, the trend increase of the domestic coal consumption is still increased, but the pace is relatively slower compared to the export, which constitute more than 70% of the Indonesian coal productions. Last couple of months, Indonesian government imposed a very strict sanctions, of which the government put this temporary suspension of the coal export due to the shortage of several of the PLN power plant. Thankfully, the issue has been resolved, and then coal export is going on now, and the government is imposing the very strict sanction scheme in order to make the coal domestic obligations to be fulfilled by all coal miners. Indeed, we are from the Indonesian Coal Mining Associations. It's very supportive to the government policy. We need a policy which gives a level playing field for all the coal miners, and on the PLN as the biggest user of coal is is not in the negative position. So we need the win-win solutions from the government. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, talking about the importance of ASEAN, Southeast Asia region to Indonesia, we can see this is from the export. I mentioned that 75% of Indonesians' coal production are for exports. The first destination is China, and second followed by India. But you can see here, if we combine Southeast Asian member countries, they are constitute of the third biggest Indonesian coal export destination. If we treat ASEAN as a single market, it's almost 100 million ton, even bigger combined to Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. So this is very important to Indonesia. And on the other hand, the importing countries, mainly the Philippines, Malaysia, Vietnam, are dependent on the Indonesian coal to boost their electrifications. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the one part of intra-ASEAN. Beside we talking about the business opportunity in dealing with the sustainable coal development in answering to the climate issue. Coal export for trading intra-ASEAN indeed is a very important. As you see in the slides here, that the demand from Southeast Asian country still increase. Okay, next slide. Okay, we move to the challenge in emission reductions. Basically, for the perspective of coal miners, we need the strong financial health in order to survive in the transitional area. Don't forget, Indonesia is as the biggest thermal coal exporter by volume. We are in the front line of the, of the global issue on the coal phasing down as mandated by the COP26 summit. In addition, also this year is very important, even for Indonesia, as we are hosting the G20 summit, of which the pressure from developed countries, some of the G20 members, in order to Indonesia to partly reduce the coal usage will be increased. But on the other hand, we have some some other countries in the G20 as a big coal producers in it, like China, India, South Africa, Australia, and Russia. Okay, so the challenge is also the main priority faced by Indonesian coal mining companies in this transitional area is we accelerate the reclamations and rehabilitations. As for your informations, talking about sustainability mines, we are very proud of performance of our members since the past 5 years. 4 and 5 coal company received the highest environmental rating by the governments. We call it proper. They received the gold. So this is a very strong example of how Indonesian coal companies, managing their operation in a sustainable way. And the secondly, of course, we have to try, using the available technology which is economically viable to develop coal, to produce coal into gasification as the and coal to methane. And Indonesia has started groundbreaking on the first ever coal gasification project in the Southeast Asia region. And this is the policy from the government to support the development of coal downstreaming. And the third challenge is increasing the use of renewable sources in mining area, and we've seen some encouraging, improvement from our members. Some even have setting up, subsidiary company in exploring the renewable resources. Next slide. Okay, talking about this is again practical activities to reduce carbon footprint. This is our main priority in a transitional area indeed, and I've mentioned some already. And we use also, biodiesel. This is helps to reducing the carbon footprint using our high technology, the online system, and this is also assisted by the government. Okay, next slide. Of course, the opportunity available, Indonesia has a potential market for coal. I mentioned that coal domestic consumption will increase significantly. The smelter industries keep increasing, as nickel has been one of the most south community during the transitional era. Nickel is a big industry here, and then they need also coal to power their facilities. So Indonesia domestic industry is very important. So that's why the use of clean coal technology, CCUS, is a very big opportunity for intra-ASEAN country. And I mentioned also some of Indonesian coal mining industry, they operate in a very sustainable way. Yeah. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is highlight, as I also touched earlier about the coal downstreaming. And to conclude the presentations, I think we need some collaborations, together, members of Southeast Asian country to explore the opportunity to work together in develop the clean coal technology or CCUS partner between country, and also to explore other available economically viable technology in processing coal as a more efficient emission sources, and also co-firings, one of the opportunity that has been presented by Pak Hermansyah. This is we work together with some companies and also assisted by the government. So there are still huge opportunity indeed in the transitional area, and Indonesia, of course, needs support not only from Southeast Asian member countries, but also from developed countries as agreed under the Paris Agreement framework. Okay, so that's conclude my presentations, Bu Rita, and I'll get back to you and ready for Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Hendra, for thank you, Pak Hendra, for your excellent presentation. From Pak Hendra, ladies and gentlemen, we are optimistic that there are still many opportunities to develop the coal in the energy transition era. As a country that has the biggest coal resources in Asian region, Indonesia aware the need to develop green mining and to utilize its coal not only as a source of energy for power sector, but also as a raw material for many other strategic industry. Also, since Indonesia start to develop its coal downstream industry, Indonesia also welcome any partner to invest in this industry. Pak Hendra, we know how busy you are, so we are grateful that you would take the time to prepare and spend a morning with us. So again, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the last speaker of our session. Last but not least, the speaker is Dr. Murakami from Japan. Japan has been known for its extensive research on clean coal technology. Dr. Murakami is a material scientist with 25 experience. His main field of research was carbonaceous materials such as coal, tar, pitch, carbon, activated carbon, and graphite. In today's event, Dr. Murakami will share with us progress of Japan clean coal technology and technology for carbon neutrality. Please welcome Dr. Murakami. You will have 15 minutes to deliver your presentation.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Audible? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Very good morning. Distinguished guests and also all participants online. Very good morning. I'm Kazuki Murakami, Program Manager around Department of Japan Coal Frontier Organization, JCOL. My presentation today is progress of Japan CCT and technology for carbon neutrality. Next, please. So, before my presentation, I'd like to first touch about JCOL using this slide. So JCOL is established in 1919, but its origin back to 1948, about 70 years back. So JCOL deals with the technology and measures for carbon neutrality with a broad scope of work with not only on coal-related issues from upstream to downstream of the coal value chain, but also beyond coal areas such as biomass, ammonia, and hydrogen utilization. So currently, number of members is 165, including both domestic and international organizations and companies such as mining, utilities, plant, engineering, trading, etc. Next, please. Yes, this is the contents of my presentation today. Is first one is introduction to carbon neutrality. Second one is technology roadmap towards carbon neutrality. Third one is summary. Next, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Here I show the global energy-related CO2 emissions. Do you know, to address the global climate change issues, the CO2 emission absorption balance should be equivalently zero by the effort of all sectors with currently emit CO2 with normal activities. So power and industry sectors are essential to mitigate the emissions by introducing innovative technology shift, often recognized as energy transition. This is presented by IEA. Next, please. Next slide, thank you. Yes, this is a Japan's policy for carbon neutrality by 2050. From now, by 2030, 46% of CO2 emission should be reduced. And then go to net zero by 2050, achieving the actual CO2 emission reduction. Also, development of absorption technology, such as CCUS and carbon recycling. So regarding the actual CO2 emission reductions, so based on the fundamentals policy of S+3E, I mean safety, energy efficiency, economic efficiency, and environmental protection. So there are two main pillars. One is energy transition, such as maximum installation of renewables and heat to electricity in the industrial sectors. Another pillar is innovative CCT, including the alternative fuel application, such as carbon neutral biomass and carbon-free ammonia and hydrogen. Also, high efficiency thermal technology is other part. Next, please. So before introducing the carbon neutrality roadmap, I'd like to focus one point about influence on energy transition on power grid. If the country depends on the fossil fuels shown in right top graphs, so energy transition from fossil to non-fossil is sometimes influenced on grid flexibility and resiliency. So in such case, technology for carbon neutrality should be carefully selected according to each country's situation. Next, please. Yes, I shift the technology roadmap towards carbon neutrality from this slide. There are four categories shown in blue. I mean reduction, capture, utilization, and storage. And under these four categories, there are 15 subcategories shown in right side. So because of the time constraint of my presentation today, I'd like to show star-marked technologies. Next, please. Yes, this is a roadmap of high efficiency power generation of coal-fired generations. So now we adapt to the USC and expect to develop IGCC and IGCFC for higher efficiency. Higher efficiency is directly proportional to the CO2 emission. Next, please. Yes, this is a roadmap of carbon neutral and carbon-free fuel for generation. Top one is the biomass. So wood chips pellet coal co-firing is already commercialized. And our target is shifted to the pelletization of non-edible herbaceous biomass, such as agriculture biomass, agricultural waste. And also, the R&D is focused on the liquefaction and gasification for fuel and chemicals. So it is expected after 2030s. And center one is ammonia. And now demonstration 20% co-firing in existing large USC plant is in progress. And by 2030, this kind of technology is expected to commercialize. After that, our government clearly indicated the collaboration and dissemination of ammonia co-firing to Asia regions. So bottom one is hydrogen. R&D of large-scale conversion is underway, such as fuel cell, hydrogen turbine, hydrogen co-firing with natural gas, and hydrogen 100% hydrogen firing. Its promotion of commercial implementation is expected after 2030. Next, please. So as I showed in the previous slide, CO2 emission from industrial sector is the second place. I mean, about 23% of total energy-related CO2, global energy-related CO2. So I showed three industrial sectors: steel, cement, and paper. These are well known as energy-intensive industries. So as an example of steel, they are now conducting the R&D about hydrogen reduction ironing. It is a process to use coke with hydrogen-rich gas as a reduction agent. It's named Super Cos 50. So other technology is carbon recycling blast furnace. That is using the methane converted from CO2. It's used for reduction. Such kind of technology is expected to commercialize by 2040. And regarding the cement and paper sectors, industries, their main target is energy savings and the improvement of their process to reduce CO2 emission. Next, please. This is a technology about the carbon capture and recovery. Top table is carbon capture technology as well as generations, chemical looping cycle, and oxyfuel IGCC. Bottom table is technologies about carbon capture and recovery. There are several 5 types of technologies so far commercialized and also are developed. So right top picture is example of chemical absorption. So main R&D items for this kind of technology is process cost reduction for further commercialization. Next, please. This is a roadmap of carbon recycling for fuel and chemicals. So this graph is shown by our government, METI, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Economy, Trade and Industry. So now we are in the phase 1. We are seeking all possible technologies. And around 2030, technology requiring no hydrogen and high value added product will be commercialized. Then after this technology is expanded. So pictures shown in this graph is some examples of carbon recycling technologies. Center top one is the biojet fuel process, algae photosynthesis and biogas Fischer-Tropsch synthesis. Right top one is a CO2 methane conversion pilot plant. Center one is the olefin conversion process. Bottom one is the methanol synthesis from CO2. They are now extensively conducting the R&D. Next, please. This is a roadmap of CO2 storage and negative emission technologies. Left figure is negative emission technologies presented by METI. There are two types of CO2. One is atmospheric, the other is emission. Now, JCOL and member companies are intensively conducting the R&D and demonstration of afforestation and also the blue carbon project shown in center and bottom pictures. They are expected around 2030 to 2040 for commercialization. So regarding the blue carbons, this is useful for absorbed CO2, atmospheric CO2, as well as expansion of coal ash application to make such kind of materials. Next, please. Yes, as a summary, in Japan, under the strong initiative of government, carbon neutral technology is being actively developed, mainly in the energy-related sectors. Since new carbon neutral technology requires technological breakthrough, the government is working on the development support from a long-term perspective. So currently, we are in the stage of considering all possible technologies. JCOL has completely revised the existing clean coal technology roadmap and is formulating a new technology roadmap for carbon neutrality. So in order to achieve carbon neutrality, it is necessary to take comprehensive measures, including CCUS, which captures CO2 and use it for storage and carbon recycling, as well as technology to reduce CO2 emissions. Number 4, the pathway to carbon neutrality depends on the situation of country. So it is necessary to select a tailored technology option for each country, considering energy security and feasibility. For example, a utilization of the existing coal-fired plant is a practical solution, one of the practical solutions for biomass and ammonia confining. Last one is that it is also effective to proceed with international cooperation when studying the possibility of introducing specific carbon neutral technologies. Next, please. Okay, thank you. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Murakami, for your excellent and informative presentation. From Dr. Murakami's presentation, we understand that Japan has a strong concern to reduce its CO2 emission and intensively doing research and development on carbon neutral technology. I also highlighted from his presentation that the pathway to carbon neutrality depends on the situation of the country itself. So it is important for such country to take a research in order to find the best suited technology option which consider the country energy security and feasibility. Japan also encourages any kind of international collaboration to develop and advance the carbon neutrality technology. Really appreciate your sharing. Thank you again, Dr. Murakami. Now, we come to the last part of our session, which is Q&A session. The time allocation for Q&A will be around 30 minutes. For this session, either you could raise your digital hand and share your question directly, or you could also post your question in the chat room. Please also mention the name of the speaker to whom the question is addressed. I think this is already some question here. The first one is from Nur Haziana Isah. I think this is addressed to Pak Herman. Pak Herman, is there any limit or ratio for co-firing biomass and coal, the ratio?
Ratio of the biomass and co-firing, we composite, we try about 10 until 15%. Because if we put more, it's maybe a slagging in the burner for the power plant.
Thanks, Herman. This is also the question for you. How does the biomass co-firing greenhouse gas emission compare to conventional coal power plants?
Okay.
Herman.
Thank you, Burita. Thank you for question. We know that the CO2 from the biomass is a natural CO2. The co-firing biomass coal will produce the same GHG emission as a conventional coal power plant. However, GHG emission from the coal biomass will produce natural carbon emission that are much larger than conventional power plant. Co-firing is a clean coal technology to reduce environmental problem due to GHG emission by reducing non-natural carbon emission and also reducing methane gas emission from the composition of the biomass waste.
Thank you, Pak Herman. I think a very clear explanation from Pak Herman. So we move to the other question from Mr. Muhammad Amirul Lazri. I think the question will be either to Pak Herman or to Dr. Murakami. Increased land utilization and biomass production require increased agricultural inputs, fertilizer and pesticide, which might affect the environment through increases in greenhouse gas emission and toxic deposition. Dr. Murakami, any talk on that, please?
Yes, I'd like to confirm the influence on environmental. Maybe I think so far utilization of biomass is limited to the excess production only for biomass. Only I suppose I using the biomass from the waste from agriculture is the main purpose for utilization, and also regarding the afforestation. So that is a kind of the land afforestation, and so far I don't think any kind of the influence on land. But actually, I have to talk about it's part of it's part of this area. Maybe I suppose very little influence on land. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Dr. Murakami. Ladies and gentlemen, the other question comes from Maid Min Jute. This is, I think, goes to Pak Hendra. Pak Hendra, Indonesia is the largest exporter of the Asian member state. According to the Sustainable Coal Mining and Intra-Asian Coal Trade Business Opportunities presentation, which is your presentation, how to control the coal production and price who is the responsible for the fix of royalty for coal? Please, Mahendra.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I believe this is from our colleague from Myanmar. Okay, of course, for the price, we cannot control. It's something that uncontrollable. It's based on a supply and demand mechanism. But for productions, the government has the power to control the productions. Of course, it's not easy for Indonesian government to, to monitor all the production scheme, because they're dealing with thousands of coal mining companies. Most of them are a smaller scale, but we have a mechanism, reporting mechanism. In the fourth quarter, all the coal miners have to submit their work and budget plan to be reviewed, evaluated, and approved by the government. So the government set the production target based on the approved work plan for companies. Since last year's, the control or the authority to manage the productions, to manage the mineral and coal productions is under the central government. Previously, regional government agencies have their own authority to review or approve the plan, but still under the central government. But since 2021, it's a whole authority under central government. So it's running well, but the issue maybe I agree that how to control its companies to they produce in line with the approved work plan. This is something that very huge task, given the limited number of government official or mining inspector to monitor all the mining activities of the thousands coal minings. But so far, there is, if we look at the productions, realizations of the productions is slightly, in the past 2 years, slightly above and lower than the targeted production. Of course, this is in addition to the managing, of course, controlling the production in line with the Indonesian government commitment to reduce carbon emission is also a very huge task, and the government has set out a roadmap in order to achieve the net zero emission. So in the next several years, there will be the coal production is still in the high rates, but later on, I forgot the years, it's gonna be gradually decline, and then other renewable sources will gradually, increase their portions in national energy mix. So, of course, there is a plan for the government to reduce the uses of coal on the certain periods in line, of course, in accordance to the national economic plan and then also the energy security plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Pak Hendra. Another question goes to Dr. Murakami from Mr. Guillermo. Dr. Murakami, is Chico involved in R&D on CCUS, and what CCUS technology are you investigating, please?
Yes. Now we are intensively conducting the collaboration with our member company in Japan. Also promoting a CCS demonstration project under the international collaboration with US. In this project, technology supplier is Japanese technology supplier is now applying the latest technology for kind of the physical absorption for carbon capture and recovery. So, and other project, we are conducting because now we are establishing the new department deals with carbon neutral project of carbon neutrality. And please visit our website. You can see some of the hint and our updated information regarding the CCUS. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Murakami. Another question. This is for all speakers. Sorry. Huh? Wait. Okay. The other question is for all speakers. The question comes from Mr. Alfred Gurning. What is your opinion on coal upgrading technologies? Are there any economic and environmental benefit in pursuing coal upgrading? Please, Pak Herman, first.
Rita, in our experience, we have the facility in the upgrading brown coal, and also we have the demo plan facility in cooperation with the Arutmin, G-Coal in Satui. All the facility already closed and demolished because the economic scale. It's mean that the coal upgrading right now, until right now, I mean, there is no facility or commercial facility. That's why the one of the reason is the economic scale. But for environmental scale, we have no information about that. But for the economic scale, there is no, it's not economic. That's why the implementation coal upgrading is until now is closed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Herman. Dr. Murakami, what is your opinion regarding this question?
Yes, my personal opinions. There another chance for coal upgrading because now we are conducting the cost reduction to hydrogen because so carbon recycling society, they use very huge volume of hydrogen with less price. I mean, so in such situation, so normally coal upgrading use much hydrogen for upgrading. So in this point of view, so coal upgrading costs will be decreasing, expected to decrease. This is one point. The other point is in the previous session, coal has a potential for not for combustion, but kind of the material feedstocks, such as graphite, graphene, activated carbon, other carbonaceous materials. So in this point of view, it's not coal upgrading, but so there are some possibilities of coal for other applications. This is my personal opinion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Murakami. Finally, Pak Hendra, what is your opinion?
Yeah, from the industry perspective, of course, we are dependent on the technology and the availability of technology. As long as the technology is economically viable, but Pak Herman said that mentioned that in this some of pilot projects, its economic scale is among the problems. I think as long as it's viable, I think the industry will support. And in order to make the technology viable, support from the governments in terms of incentive, incentive in the tax royalty, probably reductions or other tax incentive for the company who is exploring for the coal upgrading technology that will make the coal upgrading will attractive. So it's as simple as that. The industry is waiting for the technology which is viable, visible, and also the support from the government policy and regulations. Thank you.
Thanks, Pak Hendra. This is still another question for you. How to ensure the DMO of Indonesia could be fulfilled by Indonesian coal company? Further, especially with the increasing price of coal for export. Please, Pak Hendra.
Yeah, this is not an easy. I'm standing as I'm a government because this is not. It's a very sensitive issue, of course, from the perspective of the coal miners. Yeah, we need the level playing field, fair, fair policy to all coal miners. As I mentioned, there are 1,000, maybe hundreds of coal miners who have the same obligation to supply at least 25% of their coal productions to domestic. But we know that the demand is lower than the production. So there has to be a win-win solution mechanism regulated by the governments in order to make the level playing field for coal miners and the PLN also not suffering for the volatility of the coal prices. This is not an easy, because when the case the coal prices are very high, like right now, it's vulnerable for PLN to there's coal consumptions, coal shortage, coal storage. But some companies they comply with the regulation regardless of the coal prices volatility. Some of the companies have, but others companies, this is according to the governments, they are not in compliance, or they are simply, just ignoring. Yeah. So there are some company, good company, some bad company. So the role of the government is to make the same playing field. And we're very optimistic that the DMO implementation will be smoother in the future, because the government has issued very clear sanctions and penalty, for those who doesn't, comply to the obligations. And also the government is, working on the setting up of an agency or badan layanan umum, as I heard from the government, which the role is to managing, the smooth supply to the PLN. So we do hope that this agency can be, set up as soon as possible in order level playing field of coal miners will be, implemented very soon. So we really need the government to push the initiative to ensure that the coal supply to the PLN is not disturbed by some companies who may, maybe not responsible or not comply. So this is my response, Rita. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Pak Hendra. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have about 10 minutes for Q&A. So we go to the other question. This is from Mr. Farid Amiruddin to Pak Herman. Is raw biomass an abundant resource in Indonesia? How does the integrated biomass pyrolysis affect the national agricultural production to meet the required amount of raw biomass needed for the co-firing method? Please, Pak Herman.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Rita. The raw biomass is abundant in Indonesia, especially waste of the agriculture activity, commodity, I mean. Biomass pyrolysis technology will overcome the abundant biomass waste in agriculture area. This biomass waste will produce methane gas, which is released into the air, which will damage the ozone layer. The utilization of biomass waste will also increase the economic of agriculture itself. And also for example, the abundant resources in Indonesia is the paddy waste and then the empty fruit bunch. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Pak Herman. And let's check the other question from Mr. Rizky to all speakers. How do you see coal financing restriction impacting the coal value chain? Please, we will start from Pak Hendra.
Yeah, this is interesting questions. Yeah, it's not an easy to answer these questions straightforwardly. Yeah, because yeah, we heard yeah, there are more and more financial institutions from many countries, including some from Japan, have announced that they are going to stop financing coal-related projects. Yeah. We have heard the informations almost in daily basis. So it sounds like everybody is going away from the coal. But if you look at the demand, yeah, especially in our perspective, Indonesia has 98% of Indonesian coal export goes to Asia Pacific countries. The demand is still increased, still increased. In fact, the productions is in Indonesia. I showed you in the slide before. It's increasing. Huge demand is increasing. So there must be some kind of financing, the way the company getting the finance, yeah, getting the finance. Yeah. And then there are some reports also that contradict to the situation, which says that the developed countries, they are spending more on financing fossil fuel in 2021 compared to the financing to renewable. And this article has been picked up by the Jakarta Post a few weeks ago. So this is in reality, that is something that very contradictory. We see we read the news, but we see the facts. Productions, demand is still increasing, and in order for a company to cope with this issue, internal financing, of course, is very important. Therefore, I mentioned earlier that in order to survive in the coal transitional era, the company has to be financially healthy. Yeah, so we, take the optimum, to make the optimizing on the huge when the prices are very huge and then very high. Yeah, of course, the company has to save their own, finance in order to survive in the transition, because it's difficult to get the financing nowadays. Yeah, so they have to be, self-financing, paling tidak at the least. Yeah. That's why we need some support from the government so the company could survive. Yeah, not too many burden on the increasing of taxations, royalty, and others. Yeah, that's my observations of the coal financing. So that's why one of the example on the coal gasifications by PT Bukit Asam, the financing is coming from the technology providers, not from the banking institution. So yeah, there are some ways coal industry getting finance, yeah, and in order to invest to meet the strong demands. Thank you, Bu Rita.
Thank you, Pak Hendra. Now, Pak Herman, please give your opinion.
Hendra, Bu Rita, I have no opinion about the financing aspects. Thank you.
Okay. How about you, Dr. Murakami? Is there any thought on the question related to
Yes.
financing?
Yes. So this is also my opinion about, but so Jacob make a report with ACE regarding the role of coal in the energy transition era. In this report, we clearly explain that coal is important in such a energy transition era to supply the stable and affordable and reliable energy. And also the other aspect, so also coal can contribute to the coming future carbon neutral society, as I showed in my presentation. So such a way, so I should so financial institution, I should make financial institution to understand the actual and scientifically correct understanding for coal. So this point of view, JCOL is conducting kind of the determination workshop and conference, international conference, to present correct understanding of coal. So we will continue such kind of activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Murakami. I think this will be the last question to Pak Herman from Mr. Guillermo. Has the gasification technology been tried for mixed biomass coal feedstock? Please, Pak Herman.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Rita. We never tried the biomass coal feedstock gasification. We have a facility for the small scale gasification. We just tried the biomass gasification only, and then coal gasification only. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Herman. Because we still have 2 minutes, I think I have one question to Pak Hendra. Pak Hendra, what do you think the future of coal in energy transition era? Please answer in very short answer. Thank you, Pak Hendra.
Yeah, we still have a future. Yeah, at least demand in the next short term, yeah, 1 or 2 decades, they're strong. Yeah, as I mentioned, China and other Asian countries, they still rely on coal, and then that will be give a benefits for Indonesian in order to build the proceed, yeah, to invest in cleaner technology. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Hendra. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, time flies when we are having a great discussion. And it's time now to come to an end. So to briefly sum up, my key takeaways from this session were the future use of coal in the energy transition era relies on sustainable mining and carbon neutrality or CCT technology. So it is also the time for EFOC member countries to strengthen the collaboration in developing sustainable mining and clean coal technology. Finally, thanks a lot to all the great speaker and audience. Thank you very much for your participation and interesting remark and question. I hope you enjoy it as much as I did. Enjoy the rest of your time, and I give back the floor to MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rita, and all of the speakers of the second session. We now have more understanding on the role of clean coal technologies. And that's all for this morning session. we are going to have lunch break and we'll come back at around 1:30 in Jakarta time to have the other more sessions that are international best practices of CCUS technology and clean and sustainable energy business opportunities in ASEAN. Enjoy your lunch and see you then. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second ASEAN Core Business Roundtable Dialogue. In the morning sessions, we have more understanding on the vital role of coal and clean coal technology in the energy transition era. For this afternoon, we will focus more on a kind of technology called carbon capture, utilization, and storage, or CCUS, that will help us mitigating climate change and will serve as a pathway towards carbon neutrality. So let us begin the third session for today's program, which is International Best Practices of CCUS Technology. And please allow me to introduce myself once again. I'm Supon Leungkamjorn from Corporate Communication and Public Relations Division of the Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand. I'm very honored to be your moderator for this session and the next session as well. With many countries around the world declaring net zero emissions target in the past year and energy transition is accelerated, CCUS will have a huge role to play in the global trend towards decarbonization of industries in the decades ahead. Governments and policymakers in many countries are forced to do their best in promoting such a technology to be applied in hard-to-abate industries, such as coal-fired power plants, cement manufacturing, iron and steel, or chemical production by retrofitting the existing plants. For this session, we are honored by 3 speakers who will come to share with us their experiences on CCUS projects development, as well as their idea about best practices and how to promote business opportunities of CCUS to make the net zero ambitions a reality. Each speaker will have 15 minutes for their prepared presentation. And after that, we will open the floor for discussion and Q&A. So the participants who would like to send your questions, you can send them to Q&A or chat box. And also please specify which speaker you would like your questions to be addressed to. Well, for right now, without any further delay, I'm pleased to invite the first speaker of this session, Ms. Sakura Nishioka, Deputy Director, Global Coordination Team, CCS Group, Japan Oil, Gas and Metals National Corporation, or JOGMEC. In her position, she plans and executes JOGMEC's strategy, accounting for CCS promotion and deployment, along with the analysis of global CCS trends and relevant macro conditions, including regulations, carbon market, and climate policy. In addition, she is in charge of global coordination with various related parties and initiatives, including the Asia CCUS network. Ms. Nishioka received her PhD in Sustainable Development, in which she focused on social development in developing countries based on the morphogenetic approach. Today, she will share with us JOGMEC's activities for energy security, role of CCS. Ms. Nishioka, the floor is yours, please.
Hi, good afternoon from Tokyo. Would you please share my slide, please? Okay, good to go. Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. It's my great pleasure to give my presentation today. Today, I'd like to talk about how JOGMEC is trying to ensure energy security while mitigating climate change. I assume that many of you gathered here today, we sort of share the feeling about how difficult it is. I believe carbon capture and storage is the one key solution to this difficult issue. So we are really trying hard for R&Ds, feasibility studies, and so on. So well, in my presentation, first of all, I explain about our organization JOGMEC and our CCS initiatives. Then I introduce some of the ongoing projects and activities for our CCS promotion. Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to touch on overview of JOGMEC for those who might not be familiar with us. We are a governmental organization, and our principal mission is to secure a stable and affordable supply of energy and mineral resources. Our expertise are mostly for upstream development of 4 types of natural resources, namely oil and natural gas, metals, coal, and geothermal. And for these resources, we conduct 8 schemes listed in the bottom box. We conduct geological surveys, marine resources development, financial assistance, technological development, and technical support. We are also in charge of stockpiling. We operate and manage 15 petrol LP gas stockpiling bases. We also have the base for metal stockpiling as well. We also in charge of environmental safety and pollution control for the domestic abandoned mine. We also have a function of Center of Excellence for related intelligence and play a role for resource diplomacy and international cooperation. Yes, you might think when it comes to securing energy security, experiencing this year's dynamic fluctuations in the energy sector, it's obvious that we must make contribution to carbon neutrality at the same time. We are fully aware of this and have released the JOGMEC Carbon Neutral Initiative last year. This initiative consists of 3 basic policies and 6 action plans. This explains how we simultaneously reconcile energy security and decarbonization. For this purpose, we keep trying to expand the scope of our activities. As a part of this efforts, we are now waiting a parliamentary debate on this matter, though. We are going to add a financial support scheme for hydrogen ammonia production and storage in near future. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thanks. Now let me quickly go over JOGMEC CCS Group's vision, mission, and value. Our vision is to tackle climate change and provide energy security, maximizing the use of CCS. And our mission is to support CCS and hydrogen ammonia value chain development projects by using technical expertise. From the perspective to ensure energy security for Japan, I need to mention that we are eligible to support projects in which Japanese companies participate. And our value is technological expertise and problem-solving capabilities of a system that integrates this expertise. I talk more details on this later on. Next slide, please. Thanks. This slide shows our 4 major initiatives. The first initiative is technology development. The key technological elements for CCS are those that we have accumulated over almost 5 decades, such as subsurface evaluation for CO2 storage stability and long-term behavior, and optimization for CO2 separation, capture, and injection. The second is CCS deployment through feasibility studies. We have been conducting projects worldwide, mostly in Asia Pacific, that contribute to CCS deployment. I talk more about this later. And as a governmental institution, we conduct activities that could solve the challenges in the field of CCS that are raised by Japanese companies. The last one is international cooperation. To achieve long-term climate goals with the smallest possible costs, we need a good business environment. For that, global cooperation is vital. We can share experiences and know-how. So we are promoting collaboration with related parties. Next slide, please. This slide shows some of our R&D projects. We have a team of approximately 30 engineers working on this R&Ds. Next slide, please. These 4 are our core subsurface technologies. We conduct site screening and site selection. This is a selection of potential areas for CO2 storage among sedimentary basins based on available geological data and regional geology. The second is site characterization. We construct geological models on computer based on seismic, well, and core data for the quantitative characterization of subsurface reservoirs. The third is modeling and simulation. You see the blue and white image on the right upper side. You see the 3 different results simulated by the 3 different parameters. This explains how CO2 can be shielded and its behavior for the case of each parameter. The simulation is used to understand the underground storage conditions. We also monitor and calibrate the model and simulation we set. We believe these 4 core technologies would contribute to improve reliability of CCS projects. Due to time constraints, I skip our R&D for facility technology, but for more details on our R&D, it'd be great if you could visit the JOGMEC website. Next slide, please. This slide shows our ongoing projects. Most of them are in Asia Pacific. Currently, there are 4 ammonia value chain related projects in progress in Indonesia, Australia, and Abu Dhabi. Also, we have 2 EOR CCUS projects ongoing, one in Indonesia and another one is in Japan. In addition, we have CCS feasibility studies in Australia and Indonesia, and more coming up as we see the number of CCS projects all over the world is dramatically increasing. Next slide, please. This is one of our recent projects. We conduct joint feasibility study on CCS with Mitsui E&P Australia. This is a CCS project that aims to establish ammonia supply chain from Australia to Japan. This image shows overview of the project. Well, Mitsui is developing the Wedgeshire gas field in Western Australia as an operator, in which Mitsui holds 50% working interest. Mitsui also holds a 100% working interest in a depleted gas field close to Wedgeshire. So JOGMEC and Mitsui will investigate the feasibility of the low carbon ammonia supply chain using Mitsui's their existing gas assets and its capability to develop oil and gas assets to produce low carbon ammonia for export to Japan. This is one very good exercise of our carbon neutral initiative. This project would contribute to both energy security and energy decarbonization. Next slide, please. Another project here we started is the EOR pilot test with the Impex Corporation in Niigata Prefecture. In this domestic project, we demonstrate the improvement of CO2 EOR efficiency and how it would contribute to verifying CO2 behavior in the reservoir. Presently, we are in the process of conducting preparatory work, including formulating a detailed test plan, creating plans to drill 2 new wells in the coming year, and carrying out the pilot test. Next slide, please. This is our ongoing practice for CCS promotion. We have recently published the draft version of 2 recommended guidelines for operators. Let me briefly go over this. These 2 guidelines cover 3 main modules, which are CO2 geological stretch capacity and the amount of GHG emissions reduction generated by CCS project, and carbon intensity of products, which are LNG, hydrogen, and ammonia. In order to properly operate the CO2 stretch project, it's necessary to ensure that CO2 stretch capacity and the amount of CO2 emission reduction is evaluated correctly. In addition, in the case of CCS projects associated with fossil fuel-based LNG, hydrogen, and ammonia projects, GHG emissions from the production process must be also calculated using appropriate methods and reflected properly in its carbon intensity values. However, no guidelines demonstrate all of this consistently yet. That's why we have drafted these guidelines. The draft is designed to be operator friendly, and we make sure that these are harmonized with existing international standards and guidelines. So far, we have received public comments and now working on revising this draft and then publishing the first version as soon as possible. After that, we are going to verify the application of these guidelines in our R&D and feasibility studies. I'd like to emphasize that these are guidelines and not strict criteria. In other words, these guidelines are sort of a list of evaluation items. In the near future, we expect to share these guidelines with other Asian countries through the Asia CCUS network. We hope that our guidelines will become one of the driving forces accelerating Asia's CCUS deployment. Next slide, please. We also see international cooperation as a key driver for CCS promotion. In order to mitigate climate change, CCS must be implemented on a global scale. Yet there still remain barriers to overcome, such as high costs, public acceptance, uncertain public and political support, and the need for new regulatory regimes. To help overcome these barriers, we have established bilateral and multilateral partnerships as listed here. In terms of cooperation and project promotion in Asia, the Asia CCUS network is obviously important, and we actively participate as an advisory member. This network contributes to policy formulation in the Asia region to support the development and deployment of CCUS, conducting capacity building, research, and knowledge sharing. And CCS Plus initiative. This is an international multi-stakeholder platform which focuses on advancing carbon accounting for a range of CCUS and renewable technologies that are underpinned by robust cradle-to-grave life cycle assessments and rigorous verification standards to ensure environmental integrity. We are part of this very active initiative as well. And in terms of bilateral cooperation, we actually cooperate with several countries, including the government of Alberta of Canada and government of Victoria of Australia. Based on the strategic cooperative relationships and dialogue platform with resource producing countries and related institutions, we have established more than 50 years of resource diplomacy. We are now rebuilding these relationships with the concept of energy decarbonization at its core. Next slide, please. This marks the end of my presentation. Please visit our website, Clean Future Energy, for more information. Also, your inquiries are welcome. Please contact us anytime. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation, a very rich information one. And we have learned JOGMEC carbon initiative, which at the same time ensure Japan's energy security. You also show a lot of points what JOGMEC do to drive CCS business opportunities in Japan and also cooperate with other countries. The process of finding suitable CO2 storage sites. You also touch on monitoring CO2 storage to ensure security. I think that will be a good point from our discussion later. And we also learn many examples of CCS project development in many countries. And it is interesting that JOGMEC share CCS project implementation guidelines for others. Thank you once again, Ms. Nishioka. Now, let's move to the next presentation. May I introduce Professor Eric James Mackay, Energy Simulation Chair in CCUS and Reactive Flow Simulation, Institute of Geoenergy Engineering, Heriot-Watt University, where he has worked since 1990. His research interests include the study of fluid flow in porous media, such as the flow of oil, gas, and water in subsurface geological formations. Since 2005, he has also worked on carbon capture and storage, and is a member of the Directorate of Scottish Carbon Capture and Storage. He is involved in projects investigating secure CO2 storage in serine formations and depleted hydrocarbon reservoirs. Professor Mackay holds a PhD in petroleum engineering from Heriot-Watt University. Today, he will share with us the CCUS projects in United Kingdom. If you are ready, the floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone attending. So my name is Eric Mackay, and I hold the Energy Simulation Chair in CCUS and Reactive Flow Simulation at Heriot University. Next slide, please. So today I just briefly want to introduce to you some of the concepts around carbon capture, utilization and storage, and a number of projects that there are worldwide today. And then I want to talk a little bit more focused on the UK and the energy policy 10-point plan that was published by the UK government in 2020. And I'll mention CO2 sources onshore, mainly in the UK, and the storage potential that there is offshore. And I'll give an example of the East Coast cluster, an example of cluster arrangements that are being planned for supply of CO2 ahead of storage offshore. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about CCUS in a mature oil and gas basin, such as the UK continental shelf. And I'll differentiate between storage in aquifers, in depleted oil and gas fields, and also the importance of backup stores before finishing off with some conclusions. So CCUS is actually a fairly immature industry at the moment. There have been over 140 CO2 enhanced oil recovery projects dating back to the 1970s across the world, the majority of them in the United States. But these have had the primary objective of producing more oil. So they demonstrate that CO2 can be injected into the subsurface. However, there's only been about 20 enhanced oil recovery projects where the source of CO2 has been anthropogenic, and one of the stated objectives, as well as increasing oil recovery, is specifically the storage of CO2. And in fact, there have only been 6 industrial scale storage projects in saline aquifers, 2 in Norway, 1 in Algeria, 1 in the United States, 1 in Canada, and 1 in Australia. And so to date, there's less than 10 million tons a year of CO2 being injected into saline aquifers as part of CCS projects. Next slide, please. So in 2020, the UK government announced a 10-point plan with its target of net zero carbon emissions by 2050. And this energy plan included a number of features. So they wanted to grow the UK's offshore wind capacity to 40 gigawatts by 2030, and in so doing abating 21 million tons of CO2. And you can see around the coastline in the small turquoise coloured dots the sites of present and future planned offshore wind farms. You can also see off the coasts, particularly of Denmark and Germany, that Europe has been developing quite significant numbers of offshore wind. So that's probably been the area of energy generation that's seen the greatest growth. The next part of the plan was to introduce low carbon hydrogen, and a lot of that hydrogen generation would be what was called blue hydrogen, which is from a process called steam methane reformation. To be blue, it must this process generates CO2, and so this for this to work, there must be carbon capture and storage to take that CO2 and store it. And in the process, it is expected that this, if it includes CCS, would be able to provide a saving of 41 million tons of CO2 as part of the process. There's also a growing amount of nuclear power generation. So you can see in the light green turquoise with a simple onshore, those are the existing nuclear power stations, and then the darker green ones, new planned ones around the coast of the UK. There's also plans to grow cross-border electricity transmission. The grey lines you can see on the map crisscrossing the sea are interconnectors, and the red lines are new planned ones. So actually, the plan is for Europe to be much more interconnected, and for power to be shared between countries depending on supply and demand. But importantly, the UK government is also planning to invest £1 billion on developing CCUS in the UK. And they plan to do this by supporting the development of what are called 2 clusters by the mid-2020s, with a further 2 clusters in the early 2030s. With the objective of capturing something along the lines of 10 million tons of CO2 per year and injecting it offshore. Now, I'll mention more about the concept of these clusters in a moment, but you can see that there are green circles. There are about 5 green circles, 5 or 6 large green circles. These represent areas of high CO2 density in the industry in the UK. So if we move on to the next slide, please, then we can talk in a little bit more detail about these clusters. So the Scottish cluster is one that we based up at the top there at St Fergus, and also from the central belt of Scotland further down. And that cluster would be aiming to capture something like 9 million tons of CO2 a year, and pumping that CO2 offshore into the section of the northern North Sea and the central North Sea in between Scotland and Norway. And there we will see that there are various saline aquifers available, and also depleted oil and gas fields. So in fact, this is a zone where most of the UK's oil production has come from. Then further down, there's something called the East Coast Cluster, and that will be based collecting CO2 from industrial sites around Teesside and also from Humberside, and that would be the biggest of the clusters. So it's an area of heavy industry there, and the plan there would be to produce and inject 27 million tons of CO2 per year. And in fact, the UK government has identified this as a track 1, so it's leading in the competition to gain access to some of this £1 billion that has been promised for investment. Then there's a couple of other clusters, the Delphinus and the V-Net Zero cluster, which will be based off pretty much exclusively off Humberside. There's also a potential cluster in South Wales, where there's quite a bit of heavy industry. And then the final one's a HyNet cluster off Merseyside, which would pump CO2 into a field, depleted gas field in Liverpool Bay. If we can move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So how does a cluster work? So as I mentioned, the East Coast cluster would be the largest, potentially collecting up to 27 million tons of CO2 per year. And they have identified, listed here, 25 possible industrial sites that could contribute. So there would be a pipeline, or perhaps even multiple pipelines, that would connect all of these sites and gather all the CO2. Some of them are from power generation, so there's 6 of them there from straightforward power generation projects. 4 planned from projects that are planned to generate blue hydrogen, and then various other industrial carbon capture projects. So industries such as cement and creation of fertilizers and so on are all fairly CO2 intensive. And so there are approximately 25 potential carbon capture sites in the vicinity, and these would all be connected up by a pipeline. The CO2 would then be pumped offshore into, in this case, a depleted gas field. If we move on to the next slide, please. So talking about depleted gas fields, the storage resource is in a mature oil and gas basin. So what's the significance of this? Well, there's certainly a certain amount of logic to storing CO2 where hydrocarbons have been stored over millions of years. So we know that the geological structures are there, capable of holding the CO2 permanently locked away in the subsurface. The economics can help, as we'll mention in a second. There's already infrastructure there, so there's a lot of cost savings that can be benefited from by injecting in a mature oil and gas basin, compared to starting in a completely new zone where there's. So what are the advantages of injecting in the basin? Well, there's knowledge of potential storage sites. We know that the geology and the structures have been able to hold buoyant hydrocarbons in the subsurface for tens of millions of years. There's data, so there's people have been drilling wells and producing hydrocarbons, and so they've been gathering data about the subsurface. There's infrastructure, so there are pipelines, there are platforms, there are wells. Now, not all of these are suitable for CO2 injection, but some of the infrastructure is still available. So this picture here, we can see some pipelines going from St. Fergus, which is off the northeast coast of Scotland, going out to these existing fields, which are identified in the kind of pinky color. So these are oil and gas, currently oil and gas producing fields, and so it's possible to reverse the flow in these pipelines and to inject CO2 out to these systems once these pipelines are no longer required for oil and gas production. Indeed, some of these pipelines are currently mothballed. And then there are actually opportunities for synergies between CCUS and oil and gas. So at the moment, the biggest fluid that is moved in the offshore UK basin is water. We actually inject more water into these structures than we produce oil. The water is injected to provide pressure support to try and force the oil out. Well, what if we were to not use water but use CO2? So we're expending effort and money injecting CO2 into the subsurface. What if we were to use the pressure created by the injection of CO2 to drive some of the remaining hydrocarbons that are going to be produced? Next slide, please. So we divide these offshore geological structures into two types, aquifers and depleted oil and gas fields. So in the aquifers actually contain the biggest volume, probably an order of magnitude greater volume in storage capacity in the aquifers. And the estimate is there's some 68 gigatons of capacity for CO2 storage offshore. And the figure on the right is from a database that has been generated, and the website is there to collect all of these, all of the information on these potential storage sites. And that database has estimated some 68 gigatons of storage in the aquifers. The aquifers are rock structures, porous rock structures, which are currently filled with brine, with water with a certain salinity. Could be anything slightly fresher than seawater up to being saturated with salt, which is 330,000 total dissolved solids, and are usually fairly normally pressured, i.e. they're at hydrostatic pressure. All the rock above is assumed to be water saturated, and so there's a column of water above these. And typically these will be between a kilometer and 3 kilometers deep in the subsurface. The advantage of the aquifers is that they haven't had so many holes drilled in them, and one of the risks with CO2 injection is of leakage. The aquifers have had fewer holes drilled in them compared to the oil and gas fields, which will have obviously had producing wells drilled through them. The disadvantage is that they're less well characterized because there's less interest taken in them because they haven't contained valuable hydrocarbons. If we can move on to the next slide, please. So the depleted oil and gas fields are much better characterized. There's more data, higher density of data. And we also have simulation models where we've simulated the flow of oil and gas and water through these systems. So these same simulation models can be adapted to simulate the injection of CO2. The fields are filled with oil and gas and brines. The oil fields are typically at close to the initial pressure, but the gas fields have been depressurized. That means they're at lower pressure, and that would make it easier to inject CO2 into them. And so the gas fields are actually the current favorites for funding with the UK government, because they're known to have contained gas over tens of millions of years, and they're currently at low pressure. And so there's greater potential for CO2 injection into them. Also, gas is very compressible, and so it's when you inject CO2, you have to displace whatever fluids are present already in the system, and it's easier to do that with gas. So there's a question around the timing of CCS and the potential to inject CO2 in or near these gas fields, even possibly before they reach the end of their production. Leaving it for a long time after the end of production means that these systems will be decommissioned. They must be decommissioned by law at some point, and that would represent a lost opportunity. Next slide, please. So it's important to consider having backup stores. So I've already shown you a picture a bit like this, which is looking at the CO2 injection into the, possibly into the what's called the GoldenEye field along an existing pipeline. So the GoldenEye field is a gas producing field that has stopped production. But it's also important to consider what happens if something goes wrong with your injection storage site, or what happens if your storage site is incredibly successful and eventually you fill it up, but you're still producing CO2. An important concept, therefore, is to have backup stores. And in a province, a mature oil and gas province like the North Sea, it's perfectly possible to develop a secondary store, and so that can be brought into action. So the second one here is the one in red on the right, called the East May site, which has storage capacity similar to the target GoldenEye one, which is one of the ones in the UK competition at the moment. So if you can move on to the next slide, please. And if you can just press there's a play button at the bottom. No, so you can just yes. Thank you very much. So this is showing that on top we have a vertical cross section, and on the bottom we've got a plan view of CO2 injection. You can see the CO2 migrating through the system, and it's being held down by traps. And then we have to track the CO2 for perhaps up to 1,000 years afterwards, just to make sure that the CO2 remains safely within the target storage formation. So if you can move on to the next slide, please. We will just wrap up with some conclusions. So we can say that CCUS is still very much in its infancy worldwide, but CO2 has been injected into the subsurface for over 50 years. So as an industry, we know what we're doing. With net zero targets, CCS is a must in order to achieve these targets. And governments around the world are starting to realize that this is the case, that there's some parts of the energy industry that can be straightforwardly decarbonized by using alternatives to CO2 generation, but there are industries and baseload power that must be generated using carbon-intensive industries, and there are other industries such as cement mixing and so on, which are very difficult to decarbonize. And CCS is the key to unlocking these opportunities, as well as to unlocking blue hydrogen. Clusters provide the potential for economies of scale, and mature oil and gas basins provide opportunities for CO2 storage because of the additional knowledge, the infrastructure and the expertise that's there, and also for the opportunities for synergies between the remaining hydrocarbon production that's going to take place in these basins and CO2 storage. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for such an insightful presentation. From your presentation, we see the UK energy policy with the target of net zero emissions. And UK will rely on clean energy resources such as the offshore wind, low carbon, hydrogen, as well as CCUS to capture a lot of million tons of CO2 per year. And you also show us the CO2 sources and storage potential, as there is a number of clusters for CCUS projects and hydrogen projects as well. We also see the advantages of oil and gas basin as the potential storage sites, for example. And from your conclusion, we see that CCUS is still in the infancy worldwide. We still have a lot to develop this kind of technology to make it advancement to the commercial scale. And to reach the net zero targets, you said that CCUS is a must. So you talk about this in the discussion later. Thank you. And now we have come to the last presentation of this session. I'm pleased to invite Mr. Richard Chia, Senior Manager of Karikari Haze Operating Company. He has experience in the international petroleum engineering, in the oil and gas exploration and production industries for over 30 years. He worked internationally, such as Australia, Malaysia, Thailand. He returned to Malaysia to join HES-E&P in 2018, and in 2020 was seconded to Karikari Haze Operating Company as a senior manager on behalf of HES. Today, he will share to you the CCS project initiative in MTJDA Block A18. Mr. Richard, if you are ready, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this kind invite, and we are honored to have the opportunity to present our CCS initiative in this forum. However, before I commence, I would like to acknowledge my Charigali Haze Operating Company CCS team who are here with me today in this call. Development Manager Shabir Habib, CCS Project Manager Aiman Ridwan, and our Senior Geophysicist Vacharapon Putong. Can we go to the next slide, please? Charigali Haze Operating Company, or commonly referred to as CHOC, is in advanced stage to execute CCS in Block A18 in the MTJA in the Malaysian-Thailand Joint Development Area. I will touch on this a little bit more in my presentation, but first allow me to give a brief description of the Malaysian Joint Development Area. The Malaysian-Thailand Joint Development Area is located offshore at the Malaysian-Thailand border area. On this slide, it is the triangular shape denoted by the blue lines next to the helicopter's cartoon. The joint development area is split into two blocks, A18 denoted by the green lime color, while B17 is immediately north of the A18. The act to give effect on the establishment and operating of the Malaysian Joint Authority was enacted in 1990, where both countries agreed to collaborate in the exploitation of hydrocarbon resources in this area for the benefits of both nations. Now, for today, my Charigali Haze operates in A18, and the presentation will focus on the Block A18. Block A18 production sharing contract was awarded in 1994, and our first commercial gas production commenced in 2005. The production sharing contractors for A18 are Petronas Charigali and HES Thailand Limited. It's a 50-50 partnership, and Charigali Haze Operating Company CHOC was set up specifically to operate Block A18. In the picture on the right, the two dotted line that we have is where our offshore crew mob from. The Thai employees would mob on from Songkhla, whereas the Malaysian would mob from Kota Baru in Malaysia. Our headquarters for Charigali Haze headquarters is in Kuala Lumpur, and our supply bases are in Tok Bali and Kemaman. The gas produced from Block A18 comes from 5 main fields, and we produce about 1 BCF a day. And the produced gas is evacuated by 2 pipelines, a 42-inch pipeline to Rayong and a 36-inch pipeline to Songkhla. To date, we have produced from these 5 fields, we have produced over 4.5 TCF and over 40 million barrels of condensate. On decarbonization, Charigali has aspired to be one of the first in the region to inject high volume of CO2 into a depleted producing reservoir. A bit of background as well. About 13 years ago, in 2009, Charigali has, together with our regulator MTJ, embarked on a CO2 injection or sequestration study back then. And however, that stage, this option was not very feasible at that time. Last year, however, we revived and reassessed our greenhouse gas strategy, and we quantified what our current emission is and the future emission is, and we categorized them into 4 categories, into four work streams. The first one is emission from pure gas. This is the biggest contributor in our company, amounting to about 60-65% of total emission. From fuel, which is used to generate power for equipment, power for our living quarters offshore, and so forth. This is about 30%. Then the last two, the logistic, i.e. the vessels, movement, the vessels and the fleets and fugitive emission, that amounts to about 5%. Our data clearly shows that to have any meaningful impact to decarbonization, sequestration of the pure product is required, and the time is right. The time is right now for CCS. So I guess the question is, what changed since 2009? There's a few factors that has made it more conducive now as opposed to then. The reservoirs now are depleted. We have produced over 4.5 TCF, and these reservoirs are typically thick, blocky, continuous reservoirs. They're not compartmentalized at all. And in 2017 we had a booster compression platform installed. And when we designed the platform, we had room to add another compressor unit, and that could be used for this compressor to be installed in the future. The space to install this future compressor could be used for example, sequestration. Next slide, please. Okay, our facilities have most of the required equipment in place for the CCS scheme, as Professor McKay was talking about all fuels early on CCS. Allow me to take you through this slide, take you through this photograph. This is an actual photograph of our Chakrawala facilities, which is sitting directly above our Chakrawala field. Our facilities are designed for high CO2 gas stream. Under the production mode, we produce from our wellhead platform, which is the structure on the left, and the gas then is then processed at the central processing platform, which is the third structure on the left. On the processing platform, there is a CO2 removal system in place already, and the produced gas needs to pass a dehydration unit first to get the gas dry before into the CO2 removal unit. So the gas that comes out then that we capture then later is the dry CO2 gas. One of the biggest costs in CCS is the need to install a CO2 removal system. But since this equipment is already in place in Chakrawala in our Block A18, this cost, the cost to capture carbon from our hydrocarbon stream is minimal for Seahawk. From the CO2 removal system, the hydrocarbon gas is now within the gas sales specification, and then those goes through the two pipelines I mentioned to Rayong and to Songkhla. While the removed or captured CO2 is then flared or vented via our pyramid flare stack, and you see it on the third structure on the left. There's the flare. There's a little flare on the top of the top of the structure on flare boom. That is our pyramid flare stack that the CO2 being flared. So now when we want to talk about CO2 reinjection sequestration, we have dry high H2S gas content. So what effectively is captured, we divert it, bring it to the compression unit, and then the gas gets recompressed, and then it gets piped into the wellhead platform and get injected into our reservoir, which is directly below the wellhead platform. The existence of the compression platform with space for a new compressor also saves us a lot of cost in pursuing the CCS scheme, because we do not need to build a platform or structure for compression. That helps us with our overall costs. So and the shallow and the reservoirs that we inject into are known, as Professor McKay talked about early on, because we are producing from the reservoir. We have a lot of data from that. We have characterized the reservoir. We know the extent of the reservoir, and we know the properties of the reservoir. And these reservoirs are typically they're shallow reservoirs, and they're highly permeable and now depleted and having a large storage capacity. In this particular field itself, one of this field is about 1 TCF of storage capacity. The reservoir condition, i.e. the reservoir pressure, the reservoir temperature, also conducive for our CCS because it is conducive for supercritical or dense phase injection as would be required when we do our sequestration, injecting CO2 into the reservoir. Can I have next slide, please? Thank you. Our ongoing CCS feasibility studies is now nearing completion. We should be finishing that within a month or so, a month or two. Our CCS plan is to go for a phase development approach, starting off with a phase 1 or pilot, with the possibility of injecting our first CO2 molecule, possibly in the 25 timing, because of the facilities are generally available and ready to be used. The critical timeline for our CCS at the moment is the lead time in securing a compressor. We have to go through a host of things that we need to before we actually have the compressor in our yard to be installed. However, our end game on the phase 3, we will like to secure, we like to sequester a significant amount of CO2 into these reservoirs. So therefore, if we look at the cartoon chart on the right, we're taking a first step to do the blue dot on the left. We're taking a first step to do a CO2 pilot where we want to inject. We're talking about probably about 2 million ton per year, which is about 20 from Professor McKay's talk early on. This is about 20% of what the world is injecting at the moment, and then we like to bring it up to a full scale sequestration scheme into the future, and it's very important for us to have that proof of concept. So the benefit of this phase approach is that it allows us to learn the effectiveness of our CO2 injection as we progress, and regulations become more and more developed in this area. This will also allow us to perform a check and adjust on our CCS scheme and requirements that we need to do. So in a feasibility studies right now, what we're doing is that we're focusing primarily on technical aspects only, not so much on the commercial at this stage. And the study is really interesting, and I was just watching some of the simulation of the plume movement in the reservoirs. What Professor McKay was showing, it's very similar to what we're doing as well. I don't think there's too many examples in the world right now where we're sequestering CO2 into existing depleted and still producing reservoir. The reservoirs that we're still producing right now, however, the remaining reserves is depleting, and the remaining reserve is not huge amount. Two facts that works in our favor from a subsurface point of view is that we have the seal integrity, because this hydrocarbon has been there for millions of years, and so that we can ensure that there's containment. And second thing is that we have huge storage capacity in A18. Can I have my final slide, please? Thank you. So in yesterday's session, in the first session, there was a discussion about carbon pricing, or what is required to incentivize CCS, and there was talk about $100 per ton for gas fired. That was quoted. One of the presenters mentioned that carbon price ranges varies from region to region. I think there was Mr. Zhang was talking about that. And an example he provided was in Australia, a carbon credit of Australian $35 seems to be sufficient for a company in Australia, Santos, to commence CCS. However, I'm not quite sure of the details. I'm not sure whether it was onshore, offshore, and that was very interesting yesterday. So the chart I have on the right-hand side is from WoodMac, This basically illustrates the CCS costs from different industry. My takeaway from this chart is that CCS from power generation, gas-fired, is generally costly, ranging $80 to $100 per ton. And for coal-fired, consistent with earlier comment today with one of the panels talking, I think it was yesterday, not today, and he mentioned about $70 a ton range. And for upstream project is generally lower, ranging between 20 to 40. However, for Seahawk, our estimated cost per ton is going to be below $20. Why? Because as I said earlier, we have those facilities, some of the equipments in place, most of them. We also the key one is the removal system. Some of the piping is there, the platform is there, the compression UL platform is there, etc. And the metallurgy wise also we have built the facilities and are designed for high CO2. So our phase 1 can potentially remove about 2 million tons of CO2 per year. CCS will enable us to unlock. The idea of having CCS is that we will enable us to unlock more hydrocarbon gas in Block A18 that otherwise may not be able to be developed in the future. Why? Because the higher CO2 content, and it'll be difficult to develop those without a CCS plan. This pilot of phase 1 will provide valuable learning opportunities for application to the other four fields that in A18. And the combined storage capacity in A18 from just these 5 reservoirs at the moment is more than 6 TCF. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, and thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richard, for your comprehensive presentation. We got the overview of the Malaysia-Thailand joint development area where large depleted fuels could potentially be converted for CO2 storage. We also see the potential of A18, Block A18 this to the existing infrastructure to support CO2 capture, compression, as well as the reservoir to store large amount of CO2. And you also mentioned about the next step of this CCUS project initiative to further develop higher CO2 access, and you showed us the opportunities to apply the CCUS in other locations too. And from all of the 3 presentations, evidently CCS and CCUS market will present the dynamic growth opportunities across regions and industrial sectors. And now we have some time left for the questions and discussion. There are some of the questions coming in the chat box and Q&A now. For those who would like to ask more questions, please feel free to type your questions to the chat box. And I try to handle some of them. Maybe I will start with the participants that just raised the hand here. Miss Apuradi, you can ask the question. Please unmute your microphone.
Okay. Let me ask for Sakura first. Sakura, you show like you have a guideline for technical already. Let me check what is a guideline do you have? Is a guideline for implementation of CCS project, and you have a guideline for calculating GHG emission. Is possible to share with the guideline this with Thai government, because we would like to study and to do the guideline for like for the oil and gas company to inject carbon dioxide in the oil and gas reservoir.
Thank you very much for your comment. Yes, we are glad to do that. Yes, as I talked, we are still in the process of making the first version. So we are planning to publish as soon as possible, probably by summer. So please contact me and yeah, let's discuss. That will be a great opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sakura. And the next question, can I ask Professor Eric? Professor Eric, you told us like you have used existing infrastructure to transfer for carbon dioxide, right? I correct?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to know what is the concern in case of you use the existing oil and gas pipeline to transfer carbon dioxide. In two cases, the first case is for like a disposal and another case for oil enhanced recovery. It's the same like same concern or anything concerned about this or not?
So yes, there's a concern about the integrity. Well, first of all, the pipeline must no longer be used. It can only flow in one direction. I suppose that's fairly obvious. In the North Sea, there are pipelines which we say are being mothballed at the moment. So because the oil and gas fields some of them are no longer being produced, then there's no longer oil and gas being exported to the mainland. And some of the pipelines are still being used, but some of them are no longer being used. So there is an imperative to ultimately remove these pipelines, but in fact, because of this potential future usage, these pipelines are being mothballed, so they're being preserved with the potential future use. Now, a consideration is the material of the pipeline. Because CO2 is corrosive, then checks have to be made sure to ensure that the materials in the pipelines are appropriate for CO2 injection. But provided there isn't oil and gas flowing in the opposite direction, provided the pipelines have been preserved appropriately, and provided that they are not they are resistant to corrosion as a consequence of the presence of CO2, then they can be fairly readily used. And that brings about quite a significant cost saving compared to laying new pipelines, of course.
Okay, there are some more questions that I need to handle. The question is that addressed to Mr. Richard. In your opinion, how ASEAN Energy Cooperation can support private sectors to develop more CCUS projects? Mr. Richard, please.
Can you repeat the question, please, again? Sorry. In my opinion. Good.
Yes, I will repeat the question again. In your opinion, how ASEAN Energy Cooperation can support private sectors to develop more CCUS projects?
Yeah, I think that this is a bit of a tough question actually at this stage. At this stage, for Carigali has been looking purely from a technical point of view. However, assistance from the government, from my personal point of view, only it would help to incentivize to help with some incentives to perform CCS, not necessarily in the form of tax or penalty, but for example, maybe in the Block 18 where it's a PAC environment, maybe sharing of sharing of carbon credits, similar to the sharing of hydrocarbon production. After all, the key driver for the key purpose of having CCS is to help each other decarbonize the world so that we can slow down global warming. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you. And the next question is addressed to Ms. Nishioka. What does JOGMEC see as the biggest technical barrier to CCS deployment? Please, Ms. Nishioka.
Okay, thanks for the question. Well, I see that the CCS technology is established and matured. However, for instance, we are trying to improve simulation accuracy even more to evaluate CO2 storage capacity and CO2 injectivity that would help designing a CCS project at the RE stage. And also for capture technologies, I think we can still reduce cost by improving process efficiency. I'd like to emphasize that existing CCS technology is safe and secure. And I think that a major barrier to CCS deployment today in many regions, including Japan, is the low value or absence of value attached to CO2 emissions reductions. So we JOGMEC like to contribute to building a business environment as well as technology development. Thanks.
Also another question that addressed to Ms. Nishioka as well. The question is, the implementation of CCT has challenges on the economic side. This challenge will be even greater if CCUS technology must also be implemented together with CCT. What is your opinion?
Yeah, I think so. My opinion is coal development, even if it's clean coal technology, it would be difficult to implement without CCS. Well, in terms of energy security, it's not good news, I think. However, frankly speaking, coal development without CO2 emission reductions would have difficulties in terms of financing. If the government were to offer 100% support, it could be different, though. Yes, I agree with the opinion that would be very difficult without CCS.
Thank you. And for the next question is the question for Professor McKay. What are the policy and plans from UK to increase the economic value of captured carbon beyond storage and EOR?
So that's a very good question, actually. Let me answer that in two parts. So the UK government has set aside a £1 billion, which is part of a competition. And so this will help with the costs of early projects. And usually the early projects are the most expensive ones. Actually, about a decade ago, the UK government also had a £1 billion competition, which they all of a sudden cancelled. And that was a major negative impact on the rollout of CCUS. However, I think the political fallout of cancelling this competition this time round would be so great that no government would do so. And there's been very wide engagement. You can see the various clusters that have been developed, and there are two leading projects vying for this funding. More generally, however, second part of the answer is that we really need a floor price for CO2, a commonly agreed price for CO2. And as with oil and gas, the higher the price of oil, the more oil and gas fields become economic to produce. So also the higher the cost of CO2, the more CCS projects become available. So this is driven by the market. It just depends on what price is being set for CO2, and that will determine how much CO2 storage is necessary and viable.
Thank you. And we got someone and raised the hand again. Ms. Aprivadi, please.
Eric, I would like to know how to make the economic market mechanism work. I saw in many projects in UK, you have a cross border to trade the carbon dioxide as well, right? And then you have can take the carbon dioxide from Norway, Netherlands to store in the North Sea.
Yes, so the regulations have now been put in place. So CO2 has been treated as a waste product. Actually, until relatively recently, you would not have been able to inject CO2 into the subsurface. You could inject water into the subsurface to produce oil. In fact, you could inject CO2 into the subsurface to help produce oil, but you couldn't just inject it for storage purposes. So the regulations are changing, and the regulations also for allowing cross-border transfer of CO2 are changing. And so projects are increasingly looking at shipping, the potential for shipping of CO2. The economics can be driven by governments. So, for example, in Norway, the Sleipner field, the Norwegian government has set a price on, or yes, a tax basically on the venting of CO2 from that oil field into the atmosphere. And so actually their CO2, their CCS project, injecting the CO2 into the Utsira formation, makes economic sense for them. They would not be able to produce, it would cost more to produce the oil without doing CCS because of the tax that they pay for venting. And also in Brazil, they have oil fields that are 300 kilometers from the coast. They are not allowed to vent the CO2 by their government. So the only way they can produce that oil is by having capture plants on the offshore oil platforms and re-injecting the CO2 into the subsurface. It would not be economically viable for them to transport that CO2 the 300 kilometers to shore. So governments can place regulations in place, put regulations in place that force the hand of companies in a sense from an economic perspective, and they're left with various options, and sometimes CCS is the cheapest option.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Richard, do you have an idea to be a hub or use the model for Acorn and T-Side in the Malaysia or not?
Yeah, a hub, something like the Northern Lights and what Professor Michael was saying. There's huge potential there in A18 because we do have the storage capacity, and it's important to, that's why it's important for us to execute our phase 1 for the proof of concept. We need to continually work closely with our regulators, MTJA, on this business and commercial model and requirements for our carbon credit certification and so forth. But CCS in this region, in our region, is in its infancy worldwide as well now. But there was so much potential going forward, and I can see this is only we're all here. We're very lucky to be discussing it. I can see this going to this is the future going forward to decarbonize the world. Coming back to your question, the immediate potential for us, could be within our JDA area in the northern block, B17. We could talking about hubs or something like that. That's within border. Then you talk about cross border. That's something else that's that the government and the MTJA needs to have that business, that commercial model. To how they would regulate something like that, I think.
You mean like if you would like to cross border, right? This you have to do the you would like to get the regulatory support, right?
We must have regulatory support from MTJ and from the Thai and Malaysian government, of course, as well too, because this is a joint development area. We need that regulation. On both nations, from both nations. I think just listening to the discussion and also in the OTC that was happening here last week, there is a lot of progress going this direction, and governments worldwide, and certainly Malaysia and Thailand, certainly the wind is blowing in the right direction to get these things going, and I think if the will is there, we can make miracles, and I think we can we can do a lot of things that we are talking about now that could happen in the near future. but regulation needs to be in place, and that will develop very quickly over the next couple of years, I guess, between both nations and our regulators, MTJ, which will, I'm sure, abide by the what do you call it, tech advice from both countries.
Okay, thank you, Richard and Eric.
Okay, for the next question, it is from Ms. Nishioka. Based on monitoring and model calibration, refer to your slide on the 5th page. CO2 migration with seismic were considered as factor for CCUS direction. How is the seismic motion will affect the existing CCUS area? And what is the control measure if it happens?
Okay, there is CCS feasibility projects in northern part of Japan, the Hokkaido area. The project is called Tomakomai CCS, which is operated by Japan CCS. And the interesting thing is actually there was big earthquake occurred a few years ago during operation, and we actually found no effect in the area. And another thing is we can set a kind of sensor or signal to detect earthquake. So it's possible to stop operation just before earthquake occur.
Thank you. And we still have a few minutes left. So I would like to talk to you all to kind of give the final comment before we go into the next session. I would like all of the speakers to share your view on as you have the experience directly or maybe indirectly in developing the CCUS projects. So what will be your advice for ASEAN countries whose experience on CCUS is still very new and in just only in the prototype stage or the demonstration stage? How to start entering to CCUS market? What should be your advice for them? What the best practices they should follow and the point that they should be concerned on? Could I start with Professor Ivy first?
Sure, it's a very good question. Asking academics to give advice is always a very dangerous thing to do. Like Richard, I'm very optimistic about the future for CCS. I've been working on it for 15 years now. I went through a phase maybe 7 or 8 years ago of being quite pessimistic. There was a lot of talk going on, but not much action. And I believe that within the past 3 or 4 years, even despite COVID, I'm seeing a significant change in attitudes. And I think I would say that CCUS is inevitable. So it's a very good question. What should we be doing? Look, we're all pretty much in the early stages. As I mentioned, there are only 6 projects worldwide doing industrial scale CO2 storage in aquifers. So yes, Norway is probably the country that's leading in this respect. There's a lot of work in North America, and the United States, and Canada. The UK is still, so my ambition is to be involved with the storage of 1 molecule of CO2 before I retire in the UK. I've probably got about another 10 years to go before I retire. That you wouldn't think that's a very high ambition, but I think momentum is building. I would say that it requires collaboration. So there's lots of different types of expertise that are involved in very wide-ranging industries. Many industries in the past have been able to exist in isolation, just doing whatever it is that they do and doing it very well. With CCS, you're having to connect up lots of different industries, and so there has to be a lot of communication between the companies that are emitting the CO2 that will need to be capturing it, between those companies, the companies that will be involved in the transportation, and the companies that will be involved in the injection and storage projects. And so there needs to be a lot of understanding of what each other's needs are. But ultimately, economics will drive everything. And where there's economic incentive to do it, I think it will happen. So I think the thing that people need to be doing is, in a sense, getting out of their comfort zones and learning about. I've learned a huge amount from a background working in an oil and gas industry. I've learned a huge amount about energy and other onshore-based industries that are generating CO2, and I think that is that kind of learning, and you know, I believe they've also learned quite a lot about the subsurface in the process, something that probably at the start of their careers they didn't think they would ever be dealing with the subsurface. So I think maybe as an academic I'm bound to say this, but I think it's absolutely key to get out there and try and understand the other bits of the chain in order to make CCS a useful tool in our efforts to battle climate change.
Thank you so much. And may I also hear the view from Mr. Richard, please?
Yeah, indeed, very good question, and fully agree with Professor Mackay there in that in ethics. Yeah, CCUS is infancy globally. We have the opportunity here in Asia to actually get up the learning curve very quickly and be part of that, be part of the world leading in CCS. That there's a opportunity there. As Professor Mackay says, economic is key. That is very true. However, I also believe that in terms of we have the opportunity now to set the right regulations in place, and the regulation to me, it should be it's a joint journey together, learning a little bit together, and then see how we can work this together to make it an enabler to get CCS going. It's yes, at the end of the day, economics drives it, and there's two ways to drive the economic. You can either make it very expensive to extract oil and gas, or you can actually because of the CO2 content, or you can have some sort of a form. I'm not quite sure what that look like right now, but there's ways of making it more attractive, and it can be it's a win-win situation where the operators and the regulators can benefit for the better of for the world.
Okay, thank you. And also, Ms. Nishioka, have you more points to add about the advices that ASEAN countries should follow the best practices?
Yeah, one quick comment. I think harmonization is a key to success. CCUS is very complex, and it has very diversity aspect of development, not only technology, but also social development dimension like community engagement as well. So there are many challenges to move forward. So we need to help each other, learn from each other. I think harmonization would be the key. Thanks.
Thank you very much for all of the comments that you share with us. I think that it's about time to wrap this up. From our discussion that is very fruitful today, I would like to sum up that carbon capture, utilization, and storage is considered as one of the key pathways to achieving the net zero future, but high-level political ambitions of the governments need to be translated into project investment reality so that we will avoid the climate change and meet the sustainable development goals for the world's population. Thank you once again for all of the speakers. We really have a very fruitful discussion today. And from now, we are moving to the last session for today's program. That is the clean and sustainable energy business opportunities in ASEAN. It is expected that fossil fuels are likely to continue to play an important role in the short and medium term, especially in ASEAN, As our energy mix is still fossil fuel based, we cannot deny that they will remain vital for our energy security and economic well-being. Anyway, the serious air pollution problems nowadays are forcing us to pay more attention to the development of green and clean energy, aimed at saving energy and reducing the emissions of greenhouse gases. Then there comes a technology called carbon capture, utilization, and storage, or CCUS, that can capture carbon dioxide emissions from power generation, from industrial processes, to use as the resource to create the valuable products and services, or to store it permanently deep underground. As a result, it will have a key role to play in decarbonization and address the challenge of global climate change. For this session, we are honored by a total of 4 speakers who will come to discuss, exchange views and ideas on the role of this technology in this energy transition era and its business opportunity in our region. Each speaker will have 15 minutes for their presentation, and after that, we will open the floor for discussion and Q&A later. And as always, you can send your questions to the chat box or Q&A box as well. So may I begin with the first speaker now, Dr. Mohammad Rashmasru, Manager of Indonesia Center of Excellence for Carbon Capture, Utilization, and Storage. He is also the manager of the Center for CO2 and Flare Gas Utilization of Institute Technology Bandung, Indonesia. One of his main work is to prepare the Gandhi Enhanced Gas Recovery Project, which will be the first ever implemented CCUS pilot project in South and Southeast Asian regions. Other works that he managed are the CO2 sourcing map in Indonesia, strategy for implementing zero routine flaring and promoting bioenergy with CCS in Indonesia. Dr. Mohammad is also a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Mining and Petroleum Engineering, Institute Technology Bandung. He obtained PhD in geophysics from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, Germany, and did postdoc in Kyoto University. He will share with us today on CCUS research and development progress and business opportunities in Indonesia. Dr. Mohammad, if you are ready, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. For the presentation, I should share my slide or, okay, thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to deliver our work in Indonesia. Again, let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Rahmat Sule. Next slide, please. Okay, the first part of my presentation is to answer why CCS and CCUS are promoted in Indonesia. Next slide, please. Currently, we are aware with the energy transition issue. And there is also a goal to achieve net zero emission by using renewable energy, energy efficiency, conversion to gas, for example, diesel or coal to gas, co-firing and full combustion of hydrogen and ammonia. And the fifth item is CCS, CCUS, and carbon recycling. So it means that CCS and CCUS is quite important in the energy transition issue. Next slide, please. Okay, this is explained about the Indonesian NDC from several sectors, including energy. And the baseline is from 2010. From the energy sector, in the 2030, we will produce a lot of CO2 if we implement business as usual. So that's why our government introduced a so-called unconditional mitigation scenario and conditional mitigation scenario. So in order to reduce the greenhouse gas emission or CO2 equivalent of about 314 until 398 million tons only from energy sector. So my talk is focused on the reduction of the greenhouse gas emission from energy sector. Next slide, please. Yeah, in the upper part of this slide, we could see the dashed black lines, which shows the business as usual in Indonesia if we don't mitigate the carbon emission. And the blue lines is the target of our Indonesian NDC. Of course, we would like to reduce more greenhouse gas emission, for example, by implementing bioenergy CCS and implement deep decarbonization pathway program. So we do hope that in 2050 we could come to the situation of the 2 degrees Celsius compatible or even 1.5 degrees Celsius Paris Agreement compatible. So in Indonesia, CCS and CCUS implementation will be quite massive in the near future, and it will be combined also with the use of bioenergy, renewable energy, and even with the using of bioenergy with CCS. Next slide, please. On the other hand, the government of Indonesia explained that in 2030, we will produce 1 million ton of 1 million ton of oil per day, yeah, 1 million barrel oil per day, and it could be achieved if we implement also enhanced oil recovery. So by using AOR, by injecting also CO2, we believe that the remaining oil in place could be obtained. Yeah, so that's why we could maintain our oil production. Next slide, please. This effort is supported by the government of Indonesia, and the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources announced in November 2020 that CCUS is a key issue at the global level relating to reduction of CO2 emission and use the same to increase oil recovery in depleted oil fields. So that's why Indonesia welcome all to join in developing CCUS in order to achieve the commitment to sustainable energy. Besides that, in November 2021, our government introduced the presidential decree on carbon pricing as the basis for us for implementing the greenhouse gas emission in Indonesia. Next slide, please. Actually, our CCS and CCUS program is initiated with the study of Gundi project. So Gundi block is situated on the boundary between Central Java and East Java province, and it consists of 3 gas structures. And the production is about 70 million scarf per day for 12 years. Unfortunately, around 21% of the gas is CO2, which is equivalent with 800 tons per day of CO2. Yeah. Next slide, please. So in our latest version, yeah, in our study latest version, we try to use all the available CO2, which is 800 tons per day, and it will be injected to the Kedung Tuban structure. So one of the gas reservoir in Kuti block. So in the left bottom figure, we could see what happened in the reservoir once we inject the CO2 to the water leg of the Kedung Tuban structure. So we could see that the breakthrough will be happen, let's say in after 15 years after the first injection, and then we evaluate also the incremental gas production within 10 years of CO2 injection, which is equivalent to 14 until 28 BSCF for 10 years. And then we calculate also the CAPEX and OPEX for 10 years operation. And totally 3 million tons of CO2 could be reduced from the operation of Gundik project. So we could estimate that the incremental gas production is quite similar with the CAPEX and OPEX, but we could also use the offer from the Japanese government to use the so-called joint crediting mechanism scheme. So all of the CAPEX could be covered by Japanese government, but the reduction, carbon credit could be split between Indonesian and Japanese side. Next slide, please. So this is shows the timeline of the Gundik project. Yeah, starting now we have finalized the pre-FEED study, and next June we will start with the front-end engineering design and then continue with the EPC, and we do hope that the first injection could be started within 2025 or 2026. Next slide, please. And we have learned also from the study of Tangguh Enhanced Gas Recovery in West Papua. So basically, this slide shows the economic analysis once we inject 32 million tons of CO2 within 10 years, but it is combined also with the carbon credit price of 15, 25, and 35 US dollar per ton CO2. And in the left figure, we could see that the economic curve will be positive. So that's why we think that some CCUS project in Indonesia will not as the cost center, but it could give also revenue for the operator and also for the government of Indonesia. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide has been shown yesterday. So basically, several low-hanging fruit CCS and CCUS project is already studied, and the potential for the reduction of CO2 is about 137 million tons of CO2 within 10 years, which is about 35 until 44% of greenhouse gas emission reduction target from energy sector. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows also the ongoing studies in Indonesia. And we could see here that the on-stream target schedule is all before 2030. So we do hope that we are ready to give positive report to all of you. And because it is quite urgent, so we try to develop regulation for CCS and CCUS implementation. Next slide, please. Now, the second part of my presentation is the need of the map that describes the CO2 sourcing match. Next slide, please. In order to develop this kind of map, we need input data. So we are working together with the government to use all subsurface data and surface facility data, and then we try to develop the system by using GIS. Next slide, please. This is one example of our available map showing the CO2 source sinks match in Sumatra, Java, and Kalimantan. Yeah, the red dots indicate the CO2 source, and green dots indicate CO2 sink. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide, because this is a movie, it doesn't work. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, if we zoom the area around South Sumatra, so we could see that the location of the CO2 sources and CO2 sink are close one to the other. So that's why we believe that implementing the CCS and CCUS will be not so expensive in Indonesia. And it could be combined also with the CO2 monetization and also with the incremental oil and gas production if it is related to the CCUS. And then in this system, we could see also the parameter of its location. Yeah. So maybe next slide I could show the demonstration. Next slide, please. Okay, this is similar figure for the East Kalimantan. Mostly the CO2 sources come from the petrochemical industry and also power generation. But the CO2 sinks are located everywhere. Yeah. Okay, next slide, please. Similar also with the Central Sulawesi. Yeah. The CO2 source is coming mostly from the Banggai ammonia plant. And this company want to produce blue ammonia. It means that the CO2 should be reduced significantly. So we are now in the cooperation with the JOGMEC, Mitsubishi Corporation, and PT Panca Amara Utama to design the best CCS and CCUS scenario for this place. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, I will skip this one. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, basically, the system will accommodate also CO2 from coal-fired power plant in the future. Yeah, because we believe that the CO2 separation technology will be available in the future. So currently we are providing this map. So next slide, please. And this is one of the example of the zoom map in the West Java area, in which the coal-fired power plant in Indramayu is covered by the so many oil and gas field, yeah, surrounding with the distance 30, 60, and 90 kilometers. And on the left figure is the list of the field. Next slide, please. Okay, not only related to the coal-fired power plant and oil and gas sector, we are also working on the design on how the CO2 from future dimethyl ether plant could be injected to the surrounding area. So the location is in the South Sumatra. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the last part of my presentation. I will talk very fast. Next slide, please. So basically, we already finalized the draft of the ministerial decree on CCUS regulation. And on the right hand, you could see two pages from the draft. Next slide, please. And the regulation cover technical aspect, business scenario, legal aspect, economic aspect. And the team who built this one is from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, from SK Migas and BPMR in Aceh Province, Center of Excellence at ITB from Lemigas, Indonesian Petroleum Association, and also the most important thing is oil and gas contractor. Next slide. Okay, this is the outline of the ministerial regulation on CCS and CCUS. What I would like to mention that the monitoring and MRV is quite important in our regulation. And then the economy aspect is described quite intensive here, and also the opportunity for the third party access. So everything is described in this draft. Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, I will skip this one because of a lack of time. And this is the final presentation. Capacity building program is conducted by us at ITB. Next slide. So currently we are planning to hold CCS summer school together with IEA GSG. And currently 60 participants are already registered. So they will study at ITB campus. Meanwhile, the tutors come from all around the world. Okay, next slide, please. And this is the activity from last year, in which it could be conducted virtually, and the number of participants is around 250. Not only students but also professionals from oil and gas, mostly from the Southeast Asian region. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much for your insightful presentation. So from your presentation, we can see that Indonesia is also another country that committed to reduce GHG emission. You show us Indonesian NDC scenario from energy sector. We see the big potential of Indonesia for capturing and utilizing CO2, especially as your government kind of pay attention to this technology. And we also see some of the details of Qna project from the economic analysis. By injection of CO2, there will be a lot of volume of carbon credit that will be gained, and also further increase the profit too. And it's also interesting that Indonesia is maybe the first one in our region that have the kind of the CCUS regulation that is very a very concrete outcome here. And it's very interesting that the course that I would like to join, maybe if you have later classes in the future. Thank you so much. Now let's move to the next presentation. And I also like to invite the speaker, who is Dr. Salmi bin Samsudin, Senior Manager, Business Development of TNB Fuel Services Malaysia. He has experiences in performing detailed planning, coordination, and implementation of production department work plan, outage management and resource requirement, ensuring operational compliance to quality system, PPA and regulatory requirements, managing the interface with the coal stockyard contractor, to ensure the use of the correct protocol for the notification of coal changes and for information exchange. His journal and publications include subbituminous coal blended analysis and SO2 in flue gas desulfurization for different types of subbituminous coal. Today, he will share to you on CCUS business opportunities in Malaysia. Please be invited, Dr. Salmi.
Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. Today, my name is Salmi. I will talk about carbon capture, utilization and storage, CCUS, business opportunity in Malaysia. Next slide, please. So before we go further, I would like to introduce a bit on our company, TNB Fuel Services Sdn Bhd. So basically, our core business is more to the coal supply, and for sure we are conduct the freight services. We also supply the distillate fuel and LNG. Besides that, we also conduct the technical advisory on the coal combustion blending, market research, trading, and training consultations. So basically, the TNB Fuel Services is incorporated in May 1998 by the cabinet decision to formulate as a fuel supplier or trader to the Peninsula Malaysia. So this is a non-profit motivated company and is managed by Energy Commission of Malaysia and monitored closely by the government. So we are the main company supply and trade the fuel for the Peninsula Malaysia. Next slide, please. Little bit on the electricity generation mix in 2019. If we can see, there is a mixed generation in Malaysia in 2019. The major is coming from the coal, it's about 42.8%, and the gas is coming about 40.2%. If we look at the capacity mix in Peninsula Malaysia from 2020 until 2030, is expected the decrease of coal consumption in as electricity generation, and the increase of renewable energy consumption in generating electricity in Malaysia from 9% 2020, and we increased up to 23% by 2030. Next slide. So looking at the CO2 sources or carbon capture sources, we are relating to the coal generating plant, which is forecast yearly consumption about 36 million ton, which is covered about 12,000 megawatt in Peninsula Malaysia. So this is, I think this is the source of the carbon in Peninsula Malaysia. So when we notice that 36 million ton of coal contribute to the carbon to the Malaysian scenario. Next slide, please. So by having said that, we also look at the sustainability of generating electricity by look at the three factors which is impact to our generation grid. The MBF have to consider the quality, the coal quality, which is we try to minimize the loss of the plant destruction by providing reliable coal that meet the requirement of the power station, in preserve station's life cycle. The second factor, we also look at the supply security. We also achieve through appropriate supply chain risk management, effective stakeholder engagement and compliance to the legal frameworks. And the last, we also to consider in assessing the market price for the coal and the performance, which is to achieve the affordable and reliable coal supply. Next slide, please. Next slide. So there is a key sustainability concern for the MBF, include the global pressure to decarbonize and transparency in the supply chains. Basically, this key sustainability will impact how we enforce the carbon capture in Malaysia. The first is global pressure to decarbonize. The MBF operation is expected to heavy by looking at the Scope 3 emissions from the coal and fuel supplier and our freight services provider. Besides that, we also agreed that there is a decline in demand for energy sources coming from the coal and increasing the commitment from the countries and cooperation to the net zero emission by 2050 and the phase out of coal power plant and end of coal financing in line with the commitment made by during the COP26. The second, we have to consider also the sustainable of supply chain by increasing the pressure from the investor to ensure better transparency in the supply chain. This compensates the supply impact by the three factors, which is health and safety, human rights, and the environment impacts. We also consider the sustainability by the recent ban on the coal export from Indonesia, where it's a bit away over the stability of the coal supply to the Malaysians. Next slide, please. By looking at the Tenaga Nasional Berhad TNB's commitment to halve its coal capacity by 2035 directly affects our TNBF long-term strategy. This is our commitment to reduce the carbon producing and then to commit to the CCU. By looking at our target by 2025, we build a scale in renewable generation, which is to improve the thermal plant efficiency. We also, by having a TNB's RE, renewable energy, which is target about 8,300 megawatt, with an accelerating of RE investment toward 2050. And then for the next to 2035, significantly renewable generation growth, 50% reduction in coal generation capacity will be achieved by reduction of coal capacity by 50%. And our aspiration to 2050, we also invest and grow our emerging green technology, including hydrogen and carbon capture and utilizations. By 2050, TNB inspired to achieve the net zero emissions and be coal-free by 2050. In the meantime, TNB targets not to take any new stake in coal plant and will honor the existing power purchase agreement, which is the existing plant. In tandem with that, TNB intend to significantly ramp up our RE, renewable energy generation portfolio on the path of the coal-free by 2050. So this is the TNB direction, and TNBF will affect with this long-term strategy. Next slide, please. Looking at the global trending in progressing toward the cleaner energy sources, which is solidified through commitment in COP26, as mentioned from a previous speaker, there is actively involved in carbon capture technologies. Our neighbor Indonesians, Thailand also involved in carbon capture utilities, where it involved 23 nations made new commitment to phase out our coal out of coal power, including Indonesia, Vietnam, Poland, South Korea, and Singapore. And we noticed that Indonesia signed the Global Coal to Clean Power Transition Statement to consider accelerating of coal phase out by 2040s. So by having this pressure, we also commit and align with this commitment to COP26. Next slide, please. Malaysia is making continuous effort to decarbonize and achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. We also committed to becoming carbon neutral nation by 2050 and to reduce the green gas emission intensity of gross domestic product, GDP, by 45% by 2030, relative to the 2005 baseline. A carbon pricing mechanism and emission trading scheme is under consideration, which is under a national long-term low emission development plan. Malaysian commitment to maintain at least 50% of its land area under the forest and tree covered aligned with COP26. And we also introduced our Malaysian Forestry Policy 2020. This carbon pricing and carbon tax will be introduced, as mentioned by our Prime Minister, in our 12th Malaysian Plan from 2021 to 2025. Besides that, we also embarked the National Low Carbon City Master Plan, which is intent to transform our Malaysian cities to low carbon. As of now, our government also introduced tax incentive for EV, electric vehicles, announced in the recent budget. And our National Bank of Malaysia finalized the climate change and principle based on the taxonomy, CCPT. So this is the continuous effort made by our government, Malaysia, to decarbonize and achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050. Next slide, please. I would like to say there is a legal aspect of CCS in Malaysia. To be honest, for now there is yet to be any law that govern the carbon capture, storage, or injection in Malaysia. However, we noticed that it's critical importance of CCS to be delivered to the Malaysian people, and as of now, Malaysian government have a partner with the Global CCS Institute to develop and implement the Malaysian CCS Capacity Development Program, where this partnership is to help Malaysian stakeholders develop awareness, understanding, knowledge, and ultimately skill around different aspects of CCS to ensure Malaysia is well positioned to leverage on the technology in the future. However, it is our understanding that CCS project will currently be regulated using the existing national legislation. For example, Environmental Quality Act 1974 and Environmental Quality is under and Occupational Safety and Health 1994. In conclusion, CCS is currently the best option to reduce the global carbon emission from the large-scale emission-intensive industries. The development of the first Malaysian CCS offshore project was announced, and the Kawasawari CCS project bodes well for the country as well, as it will likely the largest offshore project to date and will be key pioneering project in the global transitions toward the net zero carbon emissions. Next. Looking at the Kasawari project, CCS project, in the third quarter of 2021, it was announced that Malaysian very first offshore CCS project. This project was collaborative between Petronas and the Global Energy Consultancy, and this is located off the coast of Sarawak, which is aimed to capture and process the CO2 from a soil gas field development, which will subsequently be injected into a depleted gas field. Recently, this project was committed on CCS project. We will gear up our development CCS project in Malaysia. On 9 November 2021, Petronas signed a memorandum of understanding with ExxonMobil to collaborate and explore the potential CCS project and technologies in Southern Asean, including Malaysia. And on 17 December 2021, Petronas also signs another MOU with POSCO International Corporation and POSCO Engineering Construction to collaborate and explore the opportunities in CCS technology and CO2 storage solution in Malaysia. Having said that, our Malaysian CCS project is the growth is driven by the demand for CO2 EOR, enhanced oil recovery techniques, which is discussed from previous speakers. Stringent the government regulations toward GHG emission and increasing investment toward the government funded project. So this is the three factors could drive our CCS implementation in Malaysia. So next. would like to share opportunity factors for CCUS in a selection Southern Asian country. So basically, there is several country in Asia has embarked these several phase, which is look at these Malaysia's. We not finalize our legal and regulatory framework for CCUS in place. However, look at the all countries not having a concrete legal and regulation also, and we also in good phase with another country. Next. Looking at the global business opportunity, the storage market overview expected in 2030, the global carbon capture, utilization and storage market was valued about 1.9 billion in 2020 and is projected to reach about 7 billion by 2030. This growth is about 13.8% from 2021 to 2030. This is related to the carbon capture related industry, utilization and storage in the process of capturing carbon dioxide from fuel combustion or industrial process, and the transportation of the CO2 via ship or pipeline. So this is the growth, the factors where the growth is coming in. CCUS technology also provide the foundation for carbon removal or negative emission when the CO2 come from the bio-based process or directly from the atmosphere. Next. Next. Next slide, please. Having said that, besides we looking for CCUS project or CCU project or opportunity business in Malaysia, to ensure our government is and our business is continuously maintained and sustained, the MBF now actively involved in ESG initiative, environmental, social, and governance. We now actively look at these three fields, which is to commit on the ESG initiative. The first is LNG. We supply to the thermal gas plant. We also look at the bioethanol from sugarcane, biofuel resources. We also have a collaboration with IHI Solid Biomass. We're looking at the ammonia as a fuel cell to perform a combustion. We also involved in hydrogen is an alternative fuel for combustion process. We also conduct the feasibility study on the bamboo as a clean feedstock, become a bamboo charcoal as a fuel, and we actively collaborate with IHI, coming to the EFB pellets in kind of a biomass pellet in energy resources. Having said that, by waiting for the government enforcement and incentive, we also have to look at the ESG initiative to ensure our business sustainability. That's all, I think, from me. From me.
Hello. Okay. Well, from your presentation, we see the generation mix of Malaysia that is fossil fuel based, and we understand the important role of coal supply for the power system security. Then you share with us impact on TNB strategy from global trend of decarbonization and from TNB's commitment to have coal capacity. Thus, you need to increase RE share in electricity generation and target to be coal-free by 2050. You also give us the comprehensive information on business opportunities in the context of energy transition towards renewable energy, as well as the CCUS business opportunities driven by the government's goal of carbon neutrality. Well, thank you once again, and we will come back for discussion later. Now let's hear the potential to invest in this technology from Thailand perspective. I would like to invite Mr. Chanapan Khongnam, Chief of Field Business Development Department, Business Development Division of Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand. His current work deals with developing and driving projects related to renewable energy and carbon neutrality policy. Before that, Mr. Chanapan worked in the Electrical Maintenance Division, having more than 15 years of experience working in the field of control system maintenance in power plants, before he changed the duties to support the work related to the development of renewable energy power plants and digital utility businesses development. For his education background, he received a master's degree in electrical engineering and information technology from Rosenheim University of Applied Sciences, Germany, and PhD in electrical engineering from Chiang Mai University. Today, he will share with us CCUS business opportunities in Thailand. If you are ready, Mr. Chanapan, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, moderator. Hello, everyone. We attend the second Asian Coal Business Roundtable Dialogue Board, speaker and audience. I'm very delighted to be representative from my organization to exchange views on CCS business opportunity in Thailand in this session.
Excuse me, your sound is quite not clear. There's the echo sound a little bit.
I'm not sure that my can you hear me? Is echo again or?
It's not clear at all.
Okay, I try to change. Okay.
Yes, that is very better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me for uncomfortable. Okay. For what I will share here is maybe a broad perspective of the power utility or power generation sector of Thailand can help the country and global. The power generation is part of carbon dioxide emission cycle, accounting for about 36% or about 88 million tons carbon dioxide in 2020, out of 246 million tons of carbon dioxide, which is the number share in the sector that we try to reduce. The second is industrial, about 31%. The third is transport sector, about 38%. However, this figure is a decrease from the previous year, around 0.6%. This comes because the manufacturing sector has adapt to comply with the policy, including increasing the share of electricity generation from renewable energy with a target of 30 to 40% in the next 20 years. As I mentioned above, with the policy department head by His Excellency, the Prime Minister, who has announced a commitment with the international concern on carbon neutrality from the reduction of greenhouse gas in the two major sectors, energy and transport, by 2050, and net zero carbon emission by 2065. For this reason, the Electricity Generation Authority of Thailand respond to that policy. From our governor has a proposal to achieve the carbon neutrality in 2050. It has prepared an overall. Next page, please. Next, please. Okay, it has prepared an overall operation plan that includes a variety of activity measures in response to the said policies, such as the forestation project, 1 million light by 10 to 20 years with cooperation of many government agencies. Second, the hydro floating solar hybrid project, 2,700 megawatt by 2030, and can expand to 5,300 megawatt by 2037 in various dam area with potential. Third, one of the effective energy efficiency measure, label number 5, that indicate the energy efficiency equivalent to 500 million labels, expected that result in 8 million tons of carbon dioxide by 2045. Next, hydrogen fuel expect to future use for power generation about 66,000 gigawatt hours in 2050, and this our forecast point CCUS, we target around 2045. Regarding the pilot project, next slide, please. We initiate looking at 2 power plant areas, which are Nampong power plant in Khon Kaen province. The gas station, sorry, okay. This power plant is a combined cycle. We can generate the capacity about 700 megawatt and release around 2 million ton carbon dioxide. Expect to do of both utilization and storage. The second is Memor power plant in Lampang province, having a product capacity 2,200 megawatt coal-fired power plant. Initially, start the construction in 1922. They release about 15 million ton carbon dioxide emission on average. Expect to do of both utilization and storage. Next, please. Because we are very new, and I must say that we are relatively new to this type of technology that we use to support our operation. This would require an effort to study and find a feasibility way of doing it, as well as having to study the possibility of various regulation, including mechanism of government support and cooperation from other external organizations such as funding. So we can summarize that the key messages. One is a decarbonization pathway. The second is CCUS application in EGAT power plant as a pilot project. And third, collaboration and policy support. That is all of my slide. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your precise presentation. And we can see that Thailand really put a lot of effort to kind of committed to reducing the greenhouse gas emission from energy and transport sector to reach the carbon neutrality. And EGAT is also one of organization that responds to this policy by launching the EGAT carbon neutrality. We hear the plan that toward carbon neutrality that is comprised of many measures, such as reforestation project, the use of hydrogen fuel, and the other one that is also included is the implementation of CCUS projects. For EGAT, you will focus on the Nam Pong power plant and Memo power plant as the pilot project, and both on utilization and storage. Okay, thank you so much, Khun Chanapan. And for now, we will move to the last speaker for this session. After we hear the CCUS business opportunities from the perspective of government sector, now we will hear the view from Thailand private sector as well. I would like to invite Mr. Yuttana Charan-wong, Managing Director of BLCP Power Limited. Please also allow me to introduce his work experience. He is responsible to overall corporate business, including developing the new projects, as well as managing the contractors to run the power plants and deliver high value to shareholders. He has also experience in managing the technical business unit for plant business planning for 1 year and 5 years business model, advising and assisting top management to make a decision in the area of technical issues for the effective and efficient power plant management. For his educational background, he's got bachelor degree and master degree of mechanical engineering, as well as the master degree of arts in law and management. Today, he will share to you the BLCP carbon capture utilization projects. If you are ready, Khun Chanapan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
All right, okay. Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to have a presentation for to you all regarding our perspective on the private sectors for the carbon captures and projects. We're talking a lot about the carbon captures storage, and I fully understand that that's one of the main approach to manage the CO2 on our projects. We also looking at the carbon capture utilization projects as one of approach as well. I would like to introduce you the content today. I'm going to present you. The next slide, please. Agenda today is first is overview of the BLCP power plants, and next one is CO2 to methanol, and next one is CO2 utilization in algae. Next one, I have a quick comparison for the carbon utilizations. The next one, please. Next slide, please. The overview of a BLCP power plant. It's about 13 years of a 25-year PPA with the EGAT. BLCP is one of a coal-fired power plant, 1,400 megawatts. We have finished the construction and come to the commercial operation on the 2006, and now it's about 13 years. We use the coal, the high quality coal from Australia. Previously, it's still Rio Tinto, but now it's transferred to Yancoal. We have a long-term contract with them, 3.6 million tons a year. And BLCP is a joint venture between the Banpu Power Public Company Limited and ECO Electricity Generating Public Company Limited. Both are the listed in the stock market. We control the emissions by using the low-NOx burner, and we use the seawater FGD to manage the sulfur SO2. And for now, we even we know that in the long term, Thailand is similar to other countries. we are moving toward to the green energy in the long term. But in the transition period, we still think that it still needs transition for the fossil fuel. So that's what we think is the opportunity for the CO2 utilization project. In Thailand now, we're struggling a bit on the renewable. That it's still we need a lot of infrastructures like the smart grid and also the storage, energy storage, also one of the critical elements for the transition. So back to our project, which is now both projects are in the pilot stage. The first one is the CO2 to methanol. That's one project. The second one is CO2 to utilizations in algae. Next slide, please. Would like to introduce you what we have done. We have a lot of we have been awarded by a lot of institutions, and also the certified by the ISO standard. So this is the BRCP achievement. The next one, next slide, please. Next slide, yeah. The first one that I have introduced you about the CCU pilot project. We have achieved the lab scale, the conversion from the CO2 to methanol at the lab scale back in 2020. A few years before that, we spent the time on the lab for the CO2 to methanol project in the lab scale. The production is about 6.3 kilogram per day, and we are looking at the CO2 consumption is about 0.08 ton per day. That's what we are working on. Oh no, sorry, it's consumption CO2 is 0.03 ton per day. We're looking at the lab scale. It's 0.08 ton per day. We're looking at the scale up to scale it up now. We're working on the Mitsubishi, our partner from the since the EPC, to scale it up to 350 ton per day for the at the CO2 consumption 140 ton per day. That's what we are working on, which I can explain to you later. The lab scale, we have the collaboration between the BRCP and the Research Institute, which is TISTR. The full name is the Thailand Institute of Scientific and Technological Research. That's what we are working with them on the lab scale, and we now scaled it up with them as well. The next step that we are looking at is to scale it up to commercial scale, looking at the economics. We're looking at the economics, feasibility, the feasible options for the to commercialize in the larger scale. That's what we're working on the Mitsubishi corporations. I can explain to you later on. And the next project is CO2 utilization in algae. We have achieved at the lab scale that what we can produce about 1 ton per year, and now we have a pilot scale at 12 ton per year, one ton a month, with CO2 consumption 28 tons per year. One right is in Thai. It's about 1,600 square meter. So we can look at 28 ton per 1,600 square meter per year. That's what we have working on for two projects. I will come to the detail for project for now. Next slide, please. This is the CO2 to methanol, which I can explain earlier briefly. The detail of the process is that we bring the gas from the CO2 gas from the stack and come to the second step that we increase the concentrations. At this stage, we use for the smaller scale. We think that the pressure swing absorption is a good for the application. But in the larger scale, we're looking at the other method as well. After we have the concentrated CO2 about let's say 80%, 85 or higher, then we deliver to the what they call a methanol synthesis process. In here, actually the conventional process for the methanol productions, conventionally they use methane, and they have the steam, the reforming process. And for our project, we added up by try to use the CO2 to substitute some portion of the methane. In the process, we have another step which I will explain to you later on. After that, we get the methanol with the water. After that, we go for the distillation process, which we can produce the purified methanol up to the 99.9%. The reason we interest on this project is in Thailand we still have agricultural, and we still have a biodiesel economy. So methanol can be used in the biodiesel. That's one way, and also the market of the methanol is. Look at the industry like automotive and the petrochemical. They use it as a cleaner, as a solvent. That's a half of the market in Thailand, and the other half is approximately the biodiesel. That's what we are looking at the opportunity in Thailand. In Thailand, the consumption of the methanol is about 1 million ton, purely imported from the overseas. So we're looking at this project as an opportunity in the future. And the lab scale, and below I just highlight what we have achieved. The lab scale, the methanol project, we have achieved in 2020, the 6.32 kilogram per day. At pilot scale, we try to scale it up. This is what you have seen. You will see it on the left hand. That's the picture of the PSA process. So we are installing this size at the TISTR, and we will have the commissioning for the pilot scale within the next few months. We expect that we can achieve this level as well. And next one, we're looking at to scale it up, as you already know that from the lab scale to pilot scale to scale it up to commercial scale. There's a lot of non-linear parameters that we have to ensure that on the integrity and also the reliability of the plant. So we need the experienced EPC to support on this. That's what we are working with now. We're working with the Mitsubishi Group. The next slide, please. This is what we're looking at when we're talking about to scale it up. We're working with Mitsubishi corporations. The conventional process of the methanol, it's not green, the methanol, but we think it's still new in Thailand, and we think that if we can have this project developed successfully to increase the proportions of the CO2 portions to be utilized in the process, that I think this be good for the Thailand economy. The process start with the natural gas, is coming down to the main process. Two main processes. The reforming is the first one. That's what we produce as the CO. CO2 is very stable. It's just very difficult to crack it down for the process. We use the reforming process to transform this to be a CO, which is the unstable one, and it's ready for the next reactions. The next step is the methanol synthesis process. Other process like the heat recovery and compression, that's still the critical process, but the main process is reforming and the synthesis. I would like to highlight these two. The synthesis is we are working with the process like a reverse water gas shift. That's what we do have the conversion from the CO to the methanol. And after that, it's quite a conventional distillation that we can go for the quite a various design for the distillations. And the next one is we have methanol, the purified methanol, and also we need a wastewater treatment. This is what we expect to be developed in the next couple of years. We are working with Mitsubishi corporations, and it's still started, but from the lab scale and the pilot scale that we are testing now, we think that it could be achieved to the larger scale as well. There'll be some change in the methanol synthesis that in the conventional plant that they normally use the catalyst, and also having the reverse water gas shift process to produce the methanol. We have the experience on the pilot scale and the lab scale that we can increase more reactors and also have more reactors and the catalyst in there on the synthesis process, that we can increase the proportion of the CO2 portions to be captured in this process. So we're looking at more than 20% of replacement of the natural gas, which is the conventional conventional process. So the scale up, what we are looking at now is the production of methanol is the 350 tons per day, and the methane consumption is about 10,000 MMBTU per day. CO2 capture, we're looking at 70 tons per day. This is what we would like to make this happen. So, but about this project, that at this stage, the project IRR in terms of economic is still negative. So unfortunately, that we need a fine tuning in this process. But we see that technically that we can, it works, it's working. Only the commercially that we have to fine tune and on the methanol synthesis process, that how we can optimize the process and make it more economical for this. It could be the flexible for the natural gas that we can use a few options to be the fuel. except as I mentioned that conventional is the natural gas. So in our options, we can use the CO2, and also we can use the fuel from the bioethanol and also biodiesel plant that they also have the fuel. They also have the substance that we can use as a fuel as well. So it could be flexible in future. So this is where we are, and hopefully that we can make it more economic for this project. I would like to bring you to the process which is already happened. That the next slide. This is the next slide, please. This is the plant which is already exists. It's already commercial operation up to 2020. This is the plant where it's located in Trinidad, and it's the process design and get involved by the Mitsubishi corporations, and also the national project for this, and we took the process from this plant, and we will do some research more on how to adjust on and optimize on the methanol synthesis portion. So this is what we think it is already exists for the technical feasibility for this plant. There's a real plan, and the next step that we have tried to do the fine tuning with the CO2 to increase the proportion of the CO2. This is the plant where we use as a model. As I said, the economic is still negative, so there's a way that we still need there's still a gap that we need to have some improvement on the commercial scale. The next slide. I would like to bring you to the next project that we are working on as well. The different approach for the CO2 to methanol project. This is what we're thinking about the reverse of the CO2. It's the reverse process of the CO2 is the photosynthesis. So we're looking at how to use the algae to capture the CO2. This is what we call the carbon captures. So we think this is quite interesting as well. We took some of the research from the TISTR and further developed by using our CO2 from the stack. The step as what we have experiment is shown in the slide. The first step is we have to develop at the initial state. We have to grow it up. We have to grow up the algae. The algae is the species the nostoc, which we have a lot of applications in various industries. So we use the first step is the formation step. We grow up in the laboratory to be the first step, and we have to feed food and CO2 and light to simulate try to have the conditions ready for the photosynthesis, and we grow it up in the laboratory until it's come to the certain stage that we move to the second step, which is to multiply the algae, which is now we don't need to feed the food. We have to feed only the CO2 and light. So this is the second step that it's purely photosynthesis in the laboratory. And the next step is we call the acclimation step, that we have to grow it up in the real conditions, and we're feeding the CO2 from the stack, and we grow it up at this scale. And as you can see that we can develop the size up to the 4 to 7 millimeters. And at this stage as well, that we're feeding the CO2 and light to get them familiar with the real conditions and environment. So after we grow it up,
Qna, sorry for interruption, as we will have some time left, and we need you to clear off some off, and we will go into open the floor for discussion, as we might not have time left. Sorry for that.
Okay, you have a time for a little bit. Let me just wrap up on this the lab scale and pilot scale that we think that we can grow it up, and we can achieve on the pilot scale as well. So if we go the products of the algae that can go through the fertilizer, cosmetic, and also the supplements, this is what I would like to highlight. And the next slide, which is probably almost the last slide. Next slide, please. This is how to scale it up on the horizontal design and vertical design that we can go for the next slide. We are developing on studying for to scale it up. I would like to compare between about the CO2.
Hello? Sorry, everyone can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
The CO2 utilization by algae is 28, and CO2 to methanol is about 77. So that's all for my presentations. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for such an interesting presentation. We see that BRCP also aims to reduce CO2 through CCS and CCU technologies. BRCP's CCU studies focus on to utilize CO2 to produce methanol and algae. They are really good examples that CO2 can be captured for further use as the resource to create valuable products. And it's also an interesting way for you to kind of comparison of carbon utilization to the CO2 absorption by trees or reforestation project. And now we are going to open the floor for discussion and Q&A. And as always, if you would like to ask the question for all of the participants, you can send your questions to the chat box, and you can also raise your hands if you would like to talk to the speaker directly. I think that we have a question. I think that it will be better for this question to address all of the speakers. And as our region is still quite new on this market, the CCUS market, and it's still in the stage to start the pilot projects. So in your own view, what the governments in ASEAN member countries should do? What should be their support to encourage the CCUS uptake, as there must be some challenges that must be handled by the policy level to accelerate the deployment of CCUS in our region. May I hear the view from Dr. Mohammed first? Could you share your idea with us?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Yes, in Indonesia, in order to promote CCS and CCUS activities, we developed the regulation. Yeah, this regulation is very, very important. And economic benefit, incentive, and other benefit should be written in that regulation. For example, in our draft, we mentioned that if the activity is related to the CCUS, it means the operator will get also benefit from the incremental oil and gas production. So at the end, perhaps most probably, yeah, gross revenue will be higher than without CCS and CCUS. But remember that the cost recovery, yeah, also will be higher. But at the end, the equity to be split is a little bit higher. So that's why it doesn't change the activity in oil and gas. Yeah. But if the activity is related to the CCS, so it means that the equity to be split is smaller. And in our regulation, it is mentioned that the contractor's share will remain the same as without CCS activity. So it means the government share will be smaller. So the revenue or the income for the government could be smaller. So this is a so-called incentive that could be provided by our regulation. Yeah. Hope I answer your question.
Thank you. And may I also hear the comment from Dr. Salmi? I know you touched on this point a little bit in your presentation, but could you give more details about this? The Malaysian government should do to encourage the Malaysian industries to apply such a technology? Please.
I would say, as I mentioned before, there is three factors will growth this drive CCUS project or activities. The first is the demand for CO2 technologies or carbon capture technologies is one of the factors. Or we also introduce on the enhanced oil recovery, which is technique, which is now quite familiar in Europe country. And the second factors to grow this drive CCUS project is the stringent from the government's regulations towards the GHG emissions. And the third is increasing investment towards government-funded projects. So these three factors will impact how grows these carbon capture phenomena or activities. For example, I give it, in terms of financial support in Japan, Japan introduced the Japan Joint Crediting Mechanism, JCM. Scheme supported a feasibility study for the Gandhis CCUS project and Sokowati field in Indonesia in 2020. There is a potential for proposed CCUS project at the Gandhis gas field to assess GCM. So from this financial support, I think Indonesia will have a clear directions. And the second example, if we're looking at our Singapore neighbors, GIC, Singapore Sovereign Wealth Funds has made a strategic investment in storage, which independent UK company pioneering low emission technologies, including the Econ CCUS project. So they invest about 10 billion to this project, where this will enforce and give an impact to the Singapore in commit to the CCUS project. And if we look at this CCUS project and investment, as mentioned by previous speakers, Mitsubishi with JOGMEC, PAU, Bandung Institute of Technology commenced a study on a project to produce low emission ammonia, and supporting by the government itself. We noticed that expected this year, Indonesia will come up with their policies on this CCUS project, and we believe our government, Malaysia government, should do that. And then Another example on CCUS project supported by the government is ExxonMobil, which is a collaboration with Singapore, where they announced, ExxonMobil announced the plan for a CCUS hub concept with a plan to capture CO2 emission from Singapore manufacturing facilities for storage in the region in February 2021. If we look at this Malaysian scope, we just announced our Kasawari gas facility project. This is the first injection into a depleted gas field plan by 2025. The project is aligned with Petronas ambition to achieve a net zero carbon emission, NCE, by 2050, which is announced last year, November 2020. As I mentioned before, these three factors, enhancement or recovery techniques, stringent from the government to the regulations, and the increasing investments and the financing will influence our how Malaysia will enforce this CCUS project. That's all from me.
Thank you so much for sharing your comments with us. And next, may I proceed to Khun Sinapan. From your own view, what the Thai government should do to help EGAT succeed in developing the CCUS projects?
Okay, thank you, moderator. For my side, I think in our government, besides such technology that is quite new to us, and as we heard from many of speakers, we will find that CCUS operations are quite costly, both from survey for suitable reservoir or including investment in the technology. If we try to do the projects can operations, that I think the support from government should be something like subsidized or funding or tax or something. And beside that, we have the regulations from the area that some area we have strictly control, such as the forest. Sometimes some area that before we have the technology, we have to survey in deep down under the ground, maybe 1 to 2 kilometers. That we need the cost very much. And another thing, I think we have to do something like collaboration between the government organization, all of that related to this project. That I think that.
Thank you. There is a new question coming in and is addressed to Khun Yuttana. The question is, how does the GHG emissions from methanol production compared to the CO2 being utilized for the process?
Yeah, I think very good questions. Utilization to the methanol is still, if we increase the utilization factors of the CO2, we think that we can benefit and we can leverage the process. I think that's what we are working on now. But we think that at this stage there are some circumstance that it's not leveraged. Yeah, I think that's probably the people who experience on this process before. I think that's the way we have to go forward and optimize the process.
The next question that's coming in is that if incentives are not given by the governments, would it be wise to pass the cost of integrating CCUS to the end users in the spirit of protecting the earth as citizens of the world? And anybody would like to answer this question?
I could give some view on this. We're talking a lot with the government on this. It depends on the part of the world that you live with. Some of the part of the world that people earns the cost of living is good and high, but also the income is high as well. So in that perspective, it could be passed through, but for Thailand, there's a lot of things still being developed, and it depends on the country. I think the country in Thailand is still the majority, the portion is still agriculture, so it sometimes difficult to pass through the straightforwardly on the electricity cost. But I think that's true that any economics point of view, it should be passed through to the cost of electricity, similar to in Germany, they pass through all the renewable costs into the tariff. But in Thailand, it's still quite difficult. So I think in Thailand point of view, in my view, a personal point of view, as I experienced with a lot of IPP and SPP in Thailand, it's still quite difficult to pass through. Thank you.
One more question for you, Kun Yuttana. How mature is the algae manufacture technology now? Has there any demand estimation made in global or any country scale to consume algae? If so, what percentage of CO2 can be utilized to cater that demand?
This is a very good question on that, on the global pictures. If you look at as I have presented, that they have fertilizer, they have food, and also as they have food in industry that also we can enter into the industry. I don't have the number exactly now, but in Thailand, that we're talking about the revenue model, which is profitable, but they still need some improvements on to satisfy the Food and Drug Authority. There's still some it's still a long way to go on the food and drug, that we need the certification on that. So if we can pass the certification on that, I think that the profit itself, that I made the calculation roughly on the investment, that we can make a return on the equity up to the 10% in Thailand. That's what I have the number for now. I'm sorry that the global, I think that's what we're going to look at that number as well. But sorry for now that I don't have the number. Thank you.
I saw a participant raise the hand. Ms. Apiradi, please.
Could I ask Dr. Mohammed, please? Dr. Mohammed, I would like to know, I saw in your slide, the source and sink is not far each other. I would like to know, do you have evaluate the cost for injection in case of you use the existing infrastructure? This is the first, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So if we refer to the Gundi project, in which the CO2 source, I mean the distance from the CO2 source to the CO2 sinks is 4 kilometers. Yeah. So the cost for injecting 1 ton CO2 is about $20 per ton CO2. Yeah. So in other places in Indonesia, the distance between source and sink is about that range also. Yeah. So and then if we talk about the CO2 from oil and gas sector, basically the capture facility is already available. Yeah, is already available. So we don't have to consider the cost for the capture. So we have to add the capital expenditure for transportation and also for well injection. Yeah, so this is quite expensive, but if it is related to the CCUS, yeah, I mean EOR or EGR, so there will be also revenue from the incremental gas production or oil production. So at the end, several CCUS project in Indonesia will not cost center. This is what I would like to explain. Thank you.
Dr. Muhammad, can I ask you more questions? Because you have made progress in ASEAN, therefore I would like to know about progressive about this. You told me you have to use utilization carbon dioxide for enhanced oil. This is the first priority for you, or you have to another project to disposal?
No, this is Gundih and Tangguh project is example for CCUS, yeah, EOR or EGR. But actually, we have also another studies for CCS, for example, to inject the CO2 from the ammonia plant. Okay, so what kind of business process will be conducted later? So it is written in our regulatory draft. The operator who could inject the CO2 is oil and gas company. Why? Because injecting CCS, injecting CO2 should be part of oil and gas activity. And we already have PSC contract for oil and gas. So we just tie in the draft to the existing regulation. And then at the end, there will be a possibility for oil and gas sector to receive economic benefit by serving the CO2 producer. Yeah, so let's say the ammonia plant should pay a certain amount of money for injecting the CO2, but the operator who conduct the CO2 injection is oil and gas company. The carbon credit belong to the CO2 producer. Yeah, so we already prepare for that one. Maybe I'm not quite clear how to explain, but maybe later I could explain in more detail. Thank you.
The last, not the least. Yeah. I would like to know, do you have the guideline regulatory for regulation for inject carbon dioxide injection and carbon dioxide implementation or something like that or not? Do you have to prepare for it first before you inject the carbon dioxide?
Before inject the carbon dioxide, you mean?
Yes, I mean like that. Do you have a guideline for injection?
Yes.
Or for oil and gas company to how many how to inject it and how it to save, how to calculate this, something like this.
Yeah. So it will be the derivative regulation prepared by SK Kamigas based on our draft. Yeah, because the regulation draft that already prepared by us is ministerial regulation level. So later for the standard of operation, the SK Kamigas or the upstream regulatory body for oil and gas will prepare for the standard of operation for conducting the CCS and CCUS. But basically, it is already clear mentioned in the ministerial regulation draft. Yeah. So our basis is using TC265 actually. If you are familiar with this standard, yeah, standard of operation, and everything we have to follow the international regulation on the CCS and CCUS activity. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And as we are running out of time, may I wrap up all of our discussion that CCUS will be an important role for our region as one of the solutions to tackle the emissions from heavy industry amidst the context that our energy mix is still fossil fuel based and the clean energy transition is in progress. We see the huge potential investment opportunities that will also be backed up by our ASEAN cooperation. Now, I think that we can cover all of the key points in our limited time now. Thank you all of the speakers once again for sharing your ideas with us today. And right now we are going to end this roundtable dialogue with the closing remarks by our co-host of today's event. May I firstly invite Dr. Suparak Pan Anurak, Director of Mineral Fuels Management Division, Department of Mineral Fuels, Ministry of Energy of Thailand, to deliver the closing remarks, please.
Mr. Sakai Kongtam, Business Development Assistant Director, Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand. Mr. Abdul Lasip Dawood, Chief Executive Officer, Energy Commission, Malaysia, and EFOC Chairman. In closing, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all delegates from ASEAN's member states, the companies, organizations, and universities for the CCT and CCUS information sharing in many aspects. The first, CCT and CCUS best practice of coal industry around the world, and CCT and CCUS business opportunity in ASEAN. Second, directions for coal-based power plant and industry retrofit with CCUS facility to ensure energy security and resilience for energy transition in ASEAN. And the third, productive discussion and view in coal and clean coal technologies and their business opportunities, and CCUS and its business opportunities, which I believe that this platform will contribute to a greater opportunity and future collaboration between the ASEAN member states and the private sectors. We have achieved the fruitful outcomes of the meeting today to exchange views and ideas on facilitating the new role of CCUS technologies on coal and clean coal technologies, which is a good opportunity to strengthen regional cooperations and encourage sharing of expertise in ASEAN and other regions. We will continue to work more closely to move forward our future activities on CCT and CCUS in the coal business and energy business in ASEAN. Once again, I would like to thank the ASEAN member state, ASEAN Center for Energy, the companies, expert speakers, and distinguished delegates for your active participation in making the second ASEAN Coal Business Roundtable Dialogue great success. I wish to meet you again in this forum next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suparak, for your closing remark. And may I also invite Mr. Sakrai Kongtam, Business Development Assistant Director of the Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand, to deliver another closing remarks, please.
Dr. Suparak Pan Anurak, Director of Mineral Fuel Management Division, Department of Mineral Fuel, Ministry of Energy, Thailand. Mr. Abdul Rasis Dawood, Chief Executive Officer, Energy Commission, Malaysia, and AFOX Chairman. Distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to our delegates from the ASEAN member states and the international organization, university, and the companies for the excellent presentation and discuss in coal and clean coal technology, CCT, and carbon capture storage and utilization, CCUS, which I believe will contribute a greater opportunities for future collaboration among the ASEAN member states, international organizations, and their private sector. We have achieved the fruitful outcomes of the meeting today to discuss the role of coal and clean coal technology and CCUS in the energy transition era, CCT and CCUS best practice, and CCT and CCUS business opportunities in ASEAN. We also achieved a clear picture of the role of CCT and CCUS and their business opportunities in ASEAN. We look forward to future collaboration in CCT and CCUS among ASEAN member states and international organizations, both government engagement and business partnership. For this, we will continue to work more closely and move forward our future activities on CCT and CCUS in the coal business in ASEAN. Once again, I would like to thank the ASEAN member states, ASEAN Center for Energy, companies, experts, speakers, and distinguished delegates for your active participation in make the second ASEAN Coal Business Roundtable Dialogue a great success. I wish to meet you all again in this forum next year. Thank you very much. See you all soon. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you very much, Mr. Sakrai. And lastly, may I also invite Mr. Abdul Rasif Dawood, Chief Executive Officer, Energy Commission Malaysia, and AFOC Chairman to deliver the final closing remarks.
Thank you to the Masters of Ceremony for your introduction. Mr. Warangkun Bramopala, Deputy Director General, Department of Minerals and Fuels, Ministry of Energy, Thailand. Ms. Reni Kositvanik, Deputy Governor Fuel, EGAT, Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand. Dr. Nuki Agia Utama, Executive Director, ASEAN Center of Energy, ACE. Distinguished delegates, international organizations, business entities, presenters, and friends. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the ASEAN Forum on Coal, or AFOC, I would like to congratulate the organizers, moderators, international organizations, business entities, participants, and everyone who has contributed directly or indirectly to the success of our second ASEAN Business Roundtable Dialogue. I would like also to express my appreciation to everyone, especially to the ASEAN member state, for their active participation in today's discussions. Everyone's feedback and recommendation will be considered seriously. There are no correct or incorrect responses, since we are all here to identify ways and means to restrict or reduce greenhouse gas emission generated by the coal industries. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear from the recent conclusion of COP26 that policymakers need to double down on energy transition to put the global greenhouse gas emission into a rapid decline, with most ASEAN countries having set their goals to achieve net zero carbon emission by 2060. As much as we like to stop building a new coal power plants, we also need to tackle emission from existing coal plants. This endeavor requires political will and significant financial resources that go well beyond closing coal plants, retrofitting them with carbon capture technologies, or using lower emission fuels. This is why policymakers, researchers, research institutions, and businesses need to come and work together, because there is no one